Watch your step forward. Next stand and face the clerk.
You promise with the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now against you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Your Honor. Morning. Forgive me, Your Honor.
Anytime you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the state police?
Just over 22 years,
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
4.5 years.
And what is your current assignment within the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is also known as CERT.
And the CERT team within the state police, approximately how many members of that unit are there?
We have 61 team members, 4 of which are full-time, including myself. The other 57 have other primary duty assignments, and CERT is an additional duty for them.
Now, generally speaking, what are sort of the duties and responsibilities, or what is the CERT unit within the state police does?
CERT is the primary search and rescue team for the state police. We conduct lost missing person searches, evidence searches. We do security or crowd control at large-scale events such as the 4th of July, the Boston Marathon, Gillette Stadium, dignitary security.
And how long has it been, how long have you been assigned to that particular unit?
Since 2014.
Now, were you working with that unit on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, I was, sir.
And at some point in the afternoon on that day, were you contacted by Lieutenant Brian Tully of the state police?
Yes, at 2:32 p.m., Lieutenant Tully gave me a phone call.
Now, as far as Lieutenant Tully is concerned, were you familiar with him, or were you familiar with what units he supervises?
Yes, I know he's the supervisor for the Norfolk County State Police Detective Unit.
Now, if you could, describe to the jury sort of the process by which your particular unit is activated. Is that an instantaneous thing, or how does that work?
Normally, we'll receive a courtesy phone call, which is what I received from Lieutenant Tully, seeing if we were available, if we had members that could respond today for an incident he had ongoing. I told him we would be available. He then has to submit a request through his chain of command, which is the Division of Investigative Services. I also have to submit a request up my chain of command, which is through Field Services. To get approval on my end, has to be approved by the Special Operations Commander, which is a major. And depending on the request, it may even go above his level to the Lieutenant Colonel who is in charge of the Division of Field Services.
So that initial call that you received about 2:32 in the afternoon, how would you characterize that first call?
Again, I'd say it was more of a courtesy notification, just to make sure we weren't on another assignment, that we had members who could respond that day. Obviously, there was the weather issue that day, making sure members could respond to the scene.
And the weather issue that day, what kind of weather issue was that?
It was a blizzard. I think most areas had received between 18 to 20 inches of snow.
And as far as that initial phone call with Lieutenant Tully, as far as what was described to you as far as the situation that you're responding to, or what, if anything, did he say about that?
He said they were conducting a death investigation on the town of Canton, and he was looking for CERT assistance with an evidence search.
And how did you respond to that request on that initial phone?
I told him we would have members that would be able to respond, and that I would start working on the approval process. Looking out my own window, I hadn't been outside my house that day. I had large snow drifts at the end of my driveway. I told him building a roster and having members clear their driveway at least an hour plus on our response time.
And following that initial conversation, did Lieutenant Tully reach back out to you at some point?
Yeah, I'm not positive if he called me or if I called him. I think after I'd cleared my driveway, I spoke to my captain just to make sure, see what the status was on the approval process on our end. He said we were cleared on our end. So either Lieutenant Tully called me or I may have called him because I was getting nervous that now that my driveway was clear, that the town plow was going to come back and bury the end of my driveway again. So I'm not sure who called who, but I called him and told him we were cleared through the Division of Field Services. He also told me that we were cleared on his end. The approval requests have been approved.
And do you know approximately what time of day it was that you had that second conversation with Lieutenant Tully?
It's probably about 3:45 because we sent out an alert to our team at 3:48 telling them that we were authorized to respond to Canton.
And as far as your team was concerned, can you speak a bit about sort of that process as far as the response and who was to respond and how you were able to sort of pull together the body to respond?
So CERT is broken up. We're geographically dispersed across the state. So we have an East team, West team. I had reached out to a supervisor from the West team, someone I knew who I wouldn't request to drive that far in the snowy conditions, to set up a roster for us. So he sent out an alert to the team at 2:53, requesting an availability list. I told him to just confirm that the people responding either had a truck or some kind of four-wheel drive vehicle to respond.
And where was it that you were told, or where did you eventually respond to?
Lieutenant Tully told us that we were going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
And from the time that you cleared your driveway, secured response from your higher-ups, about what time was it that you left, or how long did it take you to get from your home to 34 Fairview?
Well, like I stated, the alert went out authorizing the team to start responding at 3:48. I got the exact address via text from Lieutenant Tully at 4:10. We sent out another alert message at 4:17, just reminding people to bring shovels, brooms, rakes, etc. I left my house at 4:13 in the afternoon, and I got on scene at 4:56, so it took me 43 minutes to drive there.
And from your house to that location in Canton, about how, absent sort of weather, how long a drive would that normally?
Probably 20 minutes, sir.
And when you respond, how many other members of your unit were able to respond to the scene?
Initially, we dispatched 8 members, including myself. Only 7 of us made it to the scene. One of the members could not get off his street. The end of his street had been plowed in by his town, and he had called his town DPW to try to get some assistance, but he was not able to make it to the scene. So we only had 7, again, after we initially started 8, which did kind of shift some of the dynamics of how we ran the search on scene.
And getting to that in a moment, when you first arrived on scene, think anyone else preceded your arrival? Who was on scene with that?
Just one other trooper from CERT, Trooper Jay Bousselet, was on scene. I believe he arrived 2 minutes prior to my arrival.
Could you say that name again and spell it for us,
Yes,
please?
sir. It's Trooper Jason Bousselet. It's B-E-A-U-S-O-L-E-I-L.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Lieutenant Rao, when you arrived on scene, where did you park in relation to the house, or where was Trooper Bousselet in relation to the house?
Trooper Bousselet was just past the driveway of the house, so just north of the driveway. I parked almost at the end of the driveway of 34 Fairview.
And you recall, at some point, your attention was directed to an area with a flagpole and fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which direction either or both of your vehicle and Bousselet's vehicle were facing when you parked in that area of the driveway?
We were facing away from the flagpole originally. Eventually, we moved Trooper Bousselet's vehicle back towards the flagpole. Just we wanted some extra headlights to light up the scene, the area we would be working in.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, was he on scene when you arrived?
He was not.
And at some point, did you reach out to him?
Yes, I gave him a call. He stated he was just leaving. Canton PD would be on scene in about 5 minutes. That was probably around 5 o'clock.
Now, as far as the house that you were parked in front of and as far as the residences on that street, who, if anyone else, as far as neighbors or anything like that, or people from the house did you see outside the house while at any point in time?
We didn't see anyone outside the houses. A resident of 34 Fairview exited briefly after we were first on scene, but that was the only person we saw.
And exited and came down to where you were, or where did that person?
No, he was, if you look at the house, you could consider two front doors, one closer to the garage, which would maybe be a mudroom or a den. Adult male exited from that door, had a hooded sweatshirt on. He asked us if we were here for what had happened earlier. We said yes, and he walked back inside the house.
Now, as far as you mentioned a bit about the snow, as far as the roadway conditions of the area where you were in, what if anything did you know or observe in regard to the roadway and sort of how it had been treated with plow prior to the plow?
The plow had really only cleared the center of the road. There was a good 3 to 4 foot snow drift coming off each side of the road, so maybe enough for 2 vehicles to pass, but not cleared curb to curb.
And as far as Lieutenant Tully arriving on scene around 5, at some point did he, what if anything, where did he direct you to?
He had instructed us that the death investigation involved a motor vehicle. He told us where the motor vehicle was believed to have been parked and wanted us to search from that area south towards the flagpole fire hydrant.
Now, as far as this type of search was concerned, had you, what if any experience did you have doing this type of search in these types of conditions?
In blizzard conditions, we've really never done evidence searches like this. We've done missing person searches we've gone out to, but for evidence searches, nothing like this. Something, if a scene could be secured, we really wouldn't respond in a situation like this unless we really needed to.
Now, as far as the search that your team does, if you could, is it typical or is it not typical as far as conducting a search of an area that had already been gone over by another agency or by someone else from the state?
Yeah, we're a stage 2 response, so pretty much every search we've ever done has been previously searched. We're never really the first persons to search an area.
And can you describe sort of, sort of the difference between what you do as far as searching is concerned and sort of looking or making observations or things of that?
Well, I think our training is a lot different than maybe the regular patrolman or trooper responding. There's not much training provided anymore in the academies, so we do extensive training through a lot of the search and rescue groups that we're a part of, which would be the National Association for Search and Rescue, which is NASAR. We do search and rescue initial actions. We do line searching, managing lost person incidents. We do multiple trainings a month with a team, which is different than what other personnel would get. I think traditionally, looking back to even my time before I was a member of CERT, a search would be, you go this way, I'll go that way. There was really no methodical approach to the search.
And as far as your training is concerned as it relates to this particular search, what if any, sort of methodical approach did you develop, or what did you employ in this particular case?
We gridded off or marked off the area Lieutenant Tully thought would be the best area for us to search. So we had a starting point and an end point. Once all the members got on scene, we set up a line search, or what we would call a grid search, which again would just be a slow, methodical search with all of us working in unison, moving through the area.
And about how big an area was it that you initially sort of set out to search?
It was just over 50 feet, I believe, from the front door, which is the left door, looking at the house from the street, to the fire hydrant. I believe it was 59 feet.
Was that length or width?
That is length.
And as far as the width of the area that you were searching, about what kind of area were you searching?
It's about 3 to 4 feet was the snow drift coming off the curb.
Now, as far as the information that you received prior to conducting the search, were there any items that were specifically identified as far as items that you might be looking for, or what, if anything, was given you in relation to that?
Yeah, Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim, in this case, was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of taillight in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items.
And sir, at some point, did you ask Lieutenant Tully any questions about the vehicle in question or anything in relation to that?
After we'd found one or two of the pieces of the taillight, I asked him if we knew how much damage was to the taillight, or if he had a photo that we could get of the taillight.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
He told us at that time the vehicle was being towed back to Canton PD, so he did not have a photo to show us.
And at any point, did he make any reference to who was coming along with the tow at Canton PD?
He said Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor were following the vehicle back to Canton PD.
You mentioned an alert that was sent out to troopers as far as to bring certain items. Can you describe for the jury sort of the process and what, if any, tools or implements you use and sort of how that search was done?
So like I said, we moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle to face the scene to give us some extra, use his headlights for extra lighting for the scene. All the team members also put on a headlamp, which would basically just be like a hiking headlamp. We all had shovels. We had a couple of rakes, the smaller garden rakes, just to kind of help us sift through the snow. And I also had a small push broom to move the snow around as well.
You mentioned sort of the headlamps and moving the vehicle as far as the headlights on the area that you were searching. What was the visibility and what was the lighting conditions around that area at that time you were conducting this?
It was poor lighting. There really wasn't much as far as what we felt enough for street lighting, but with the headlamps, I mean, we had decent visibility.
So when you first arrived on scene about 4:53 p.m. or so, was it dark out then?
Yes, it was, sir.
And it remained dark while you were still on scene?
Yes, sir.
And in the area that you were looking, in your testimony, there wasn't much overhead sort of ambient lighting or street lighting in that area, as far as you recall?
Nothing that really helped the search.
So the area that you were searching was in the area of the fire hydrant, is that correct?
We started almost directly across from the front door and moved south towards Chapman Street, towards the fire hydrant.
And to be clear, as far as the area that you were searching with shovels and the other different implements to sort of sift through the snow, where was your focus as far as the street versus the front lawn?
Our right flank was on the curb, and then we moved out across the street from there. So we were lined almost shoulder to shoulder as we moved south through the area we were searching.
You're primarily searching or entirely searching along the roadway, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And as far as some point did you, through the course of sort of shoveling and the removal of snow from that area, did you approach or come in contact with the area of grass in front lawn?
We did, as one of the members who was working along the curb, he started to clear some of the grass upon the front lawn, yes, sir.
What, if any, issues did you and the other troopers encounter when you got to sort of the grass?
It was very difficult to clear the snow. I don't think we had very good visibility on what we were moving, even with the push broom and the rake. It was very difficult to definitively say we'd cleared the lawn properly. So we didn't focus too much of our efforts on that area.
Now, you referenced that only 7 members of your unit were able to respond because one got stuck in the snow at the end of the street, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And that had some impact as far as documentation of the scene, is that correct?
Correct. Normally on a search, if I'm the overall, as a team leader, I would run what you would consider a command post or be the incident commander for CERT. I would stay behind the line and kind of document our efforts, but because this was such a small search area, it wasn't really an issue because we weren't breaking people off into teams. No one was out of my sight line, and we had multiple detectives on scene that were able to fill that role for me.
And so to that point, as far as the 7 members from your unit, in addition to the 7 members from your unit, who, if anyone else, was present during the course of that?
I believe there was 5 other members. I believe there were only 2 that I recognized from the state police, so I'm not sure who the other 3, if they were Canton detectives or Canton patrolmen, but they were all dressed in plain clothes.
And as far as documentation for the scene, what, if anything, was done with reference to that?
As we began to find evidence, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully and just confirmed that he was going to document everything we were recovering via photograph and evidence log.
And as far as documented photos taken by Lieutenant Tully,
Yes, they were, sir.
and the items that were photographed, were they photographs prior to anyone sort of touching them or moving them or placing them, other than what was sort of related to the search effort?
Correct. As soon as we found anything deemed as evidence, we stopped our search efforts until they were documented by Lieutenant Tully.
And in reference to your search efforts, what, if anything, of evidentiary value did you and your team locate?
I found multiple pieces of red and clear taillight.
And where were they in relation to sort of the grid or the area that you had set up?
They were on the street in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And sir, in addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that you uncovered, you know approximately how many pieces of that you were able to locate on that day?
I believe maybe 6 or 7 pieces.
And how big or how small or did they range in size as far as the pieces that you located?
There was 3 larger pieces, 2 red, 1 clear, and then a couple of smaller pieces.
In addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that were uncovered during the search process, what, if any, other items of interest were located?
We found a sneaker.
And where was that sneaker located in reference to the scene, your search efforts, and in reference to the pieces of clear and red plastic?
It was same location. Generally, it was in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was upside down. I think we had found 1 piece of taillight prior to the sneaker, and then after we found the sneaker, we found a few more additional pieces of taillight.
Now, with reference to the sneaker and each of those pieces of red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that was being dug through, and by that, where were they in relation to the ground?
Can you repeat the end of that, sir?
Sure. With reference to each of the items of evidence that you've been talking about, whether it be sneaker or the red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that you were digging into? Where were they in relation to the asphalt surface of the road?
Close to the curb. As we started digging originally, the snowdrift, the snowpack was pretty solid from where the plow had kind of cleared to. So once we were able to move through that, we started getting into fresh, undisturbed snow, started moving through that, which was a lot easier to move at that point. And all of the items we found were close to the curb.
And so my question also, sir, is sort of how deep within the snow that you were digging was each of those items?
They were all found at ground level.
And as far as the area that you were searching, beyond sort of snow drifts and plowing towards the middle of the road, how would you characterize that snow as far as observing footprints or tire tracks or anything in that area where you were digging through and finding these items?
No, we did not see anything, sir. Like I said, it was all fresh, undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
Now, as far as this search being conducted sort of physically, you mentioned there's some sort of line that's set up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of how that line was set up, what were the different functions in different parts of the line, and where were you in relation?
So like I stated, we had what we consider our right flank stood on the curb closest to the house, and then we moved left into the street. As we dug the snow out, it was originally inspected as they would pull their shovel out, make sure they didn't have anything in their shovel to the best of their ability. Then they would bring it out to the street. I was the left flank. They would dump it in the street, and I would sift through it at the end just to make sure there was no evidence that had come out to the street. Once I was positive nothing was in that snow, I would toss it onto the other side of the street. And we just continued that process as we moved south through that grid.
And the depth of the snow that you were digging through, how did that change, or how was that any different from sort of one portion of the section to another?
Where the plow had touched, clear to, I'd say that was probably about a 3+ foot in height. But as we moved into the snow itself, getting closer to the curb, that was in level with the rest of the area, what was on the front lawn, which was on the neighbor's lawn. So probably maybe 18 inches of snow.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, about how long a period of time was it that you were on scene as far as searching, and how long the process was done?
After Lieutenant Tully showed up, kind of informed us where we were going to search, we moved Trooper Boussalet's vehicle at 5:20, and that's when the rest of the team started to show up, right around 5:21, 5:24. A couple other members with extended response time showed up a little bit after that, but all members were on scene by 5:41. We had already started the process before they had all arrived on scene, and we were complete by 6:15. We started to wrap up and clear the area.
And as far as the wrapping up, how was that decision arrived at, and sort of what led to that decision?
So after we found the sneaker and a couple additional pieces of taillight, we moved south for, I'd say, over 5 feet, maybe closer to 8 to 10 feet, without finding any other pieces of evidence. So Lieutenant Tully and I had a conversation. He was very satisfied that we had found everything we were going to locate at that time, and we decided to suspend the search.
And what was, as far as you were concerned, with the weather conditions and everything that had gone on, or which was located at that point, what was sort of your thought process in relation to any sort of continuation of the search at some later time?
I told Lieutenant Tully, we'll do a debrief at the end. We'll go over probability of detection, how I feel, whether we would have found everything that was there. I told him that there was a good chance we did not find everything. I said if he wanted us to come back in the daylight, which would give us better lighting to search, or after a couple of days, the weather was supposed to warm up, if he wanted us to come back after there was some snow melt, just to reach out to me, and we would come back.
And as far as suspending the search at that point, was that something that was your decision independent of Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was in consultation with Lieutenant Tully.
You mentioned Troopers Buchanan and Proctor, or you received information that they were following a vehicle to the station, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
At any point in time that you were on scene, do you know either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I know both of them, sir.
And at any point in time that you were on scene, did you see either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor in the area of 34th Fairview during the entire time you were there?
No, they were not on scene.
So the other sort of troopers that you had mentioned around, they were not, correct?
They were not there, no, sir.
Now, as far as the securing of evidence, how was that done, sort of generally speaking, in relation to searches that your unit conducts, and how was it done in this specific case?
So we don't recover evidence. We'll stop and halt our search. Sometimes we've been waiting for crime scene to show up for 2 hours before we've continued to search. So once we found the first piece of taillight, again, I conferred with Lieutenant Tully, asked him if he was documenting it and recovering everything. He stated he was. Once we felt comfortable that he had done that properly, we then continued the search.
So once you get sort of that initial parameters as far as where and what you may be looking for from Lieutenant Tully, is Lieutenant Tully directing your search efforts in any way, shape, or form?
He is not, no.
And is that typical as far as how searches will be conducted?
Correct, yes. Yeah, they let me run the search the way I deem best.
Sir, in addition to photographs, what, if anything else, was done to document the scene?
We had one of our members use a handheld GPS, which we use a Garmin 64ST, and he marked each item we found, which we then can upload later to a map, which we did later that evening.
If you could just describe to the jury that process as far as mapping is concerned, sort of how global positioning system or GPS is utilized in creating that.
Correct. So the Garmin GPS we use, it connects to 4 different satellites to give you a best range of your location. There obviously is some range error involved with GPSs, but he was able to stamp 3 of the items, or 3 pieces of the tail light, but as he was marking those items on his GPS, because they were in such close proximity, they were almost marking directly on top of each other, so he only marked 3 of them because it was just going to clutter the map as we continued if you were to mark all the pieces we located.
So with respect to the 3 pieces of taillight that were marked on the diagram, excuse me, were those the larger pieces, smaller pieces, or something?
They were the larger pieces, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a series of 24 photographs. Briefly, I'm going to ask you in a moment if you recognize. Do you
Yes, sir.
recognize what's in those photographs, sir?
Yes, sir. It's the area we searched and some of the evidence that we recovered.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Yannetti?
There's no objection, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
How are being marked? May we approach briefly?
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, she needs to have her attention on the marking, I'm sorry.
as exhibits 111 through 134.
Jurors, it's very important that we keep our record straight. It will be important for you during the deliberations that we do this. Sometimes it takes a while. We're fortunate we've got such a great court reporter here to take care of this for us, but sometimes it takes a while. I caution counsel that maybe you can all work together so that we don't do this, take up any extra time. All right, do you need those photos back, Mr. Lally?
Yes, sir. And maybe you approach on that, Your Honor, please?
All right.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish those, what's just been marked as those exhibits for the jury?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
What you have before you is laser pointer, just click on that, point at the screen if I or anyone else needs to.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant O'Hara, it's going to be good. So we're going on that. So Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have up on the screen before you, is that what you have as Exhibit 134? Oh, I'm sorry, 111.
Hold on, might be backwards here.
Sorry.
Yes, 111, sir.
And if you could describe to the jury, and if you, using that laser pointer, what if anything of significance to occur with this particular photo?
This is the flagpole in front of the house. As you move south, this appears to be one of the pieces of taillight that we recovered.
And sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom back out a little. Now, as far as when you're conducting the search or when the actual searching process is ongoing, what was the weather doing while you were doing it? Is that visible in this photograph?
Yes, because of the air conditioning, so you need to speak up really loudly if you don't have a microphone in front of you.
And so, Lieutenant, during the course of the process that you're conducting this search, what was the weather doing, and is that something that you can observe in this photo?
It was still snowing, and you can see some of the snowflakes falling here by the flagpole.
And as far as the wind was concerned, what, if any, impact did the wind have on the course of the search that you were conducting?
It was windy, but it really didn't impact how we were searching through the area.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next photograph on the plot.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Yes, it is.
This is sort of a different perspective of the same area that you were talking about in the last photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph, 113. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as 113?
Yes, it is.
And again, sort of a closer perspective to the piece of taillight that you were referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph.
Okay, you really have to speak up.
Again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Yes, it is.
And again, a closer up image of that same piece of tail light as it was observed when you recovered it.
Correct, and you can see right here to the left of the taillight, that is the molding of a shovel. So this piece of taillight was picked up by one of the team members' shovels, and as they overturned it, you can see the taillight came up as they were searching through the area. And this is kind of the markings of the shovel itself.
And the next photograph.
I didn't get that.
Yeah. So we're going to have to turn the air conditioning off for this. We can't hear you at all.
The issue is I'm trying to move away from the podium.
I understand, so we need to turn the air conditioning off so that we can hear you.
Would you judge?
Yes, please.
And again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes, it is.
If you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this one.
You can see the piece of taillight that we recovered, and again, this is kind of the overturned snow from the shovel, and again, seeing the markings from the shovel from where it was overturned.
And the next photograph is going. Now, this particular piece, is this one of the larger or is this one of the smaller pieces that you were describing earlier in the test?
This is one of the larger pieces, sir.
And as far as length or size of it, if you know, how much would you estimate it, how big it was?
It gets a couple of inches, but well, I didn't measure it, sir.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph. And Lieutenant, if you could describe to the jury sort of what is depicted or what, if anything, is significant to observe in this photo.
So this is the CERT members working through the area again, working on as a line through the grid formation. One of the things we stress is your critical separation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece of evidence. If you're too far apart, you will miss that. A lot of times before searches, we will take an item of similar sized item that we're looking for, and we'll space out. Because this was such a condensed search area, we just had the team members stand almost shoulder to shoulder as they searched through the area.
And the next photograph is coming. And again, sir, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at or what, if anything, significant you observe in this one.
Maybe a little difficult to see from a distance, but right here, this is the sneaker that we recovered.
And as far as the airing and the curving that you indicated that the sneaker was recovered in relation to, where is that?
It's flush up against the curb.
Again, I'm sorry, using the laser.
Oh, I apologize, sir. Right here, this would be the curbing right here.
And the next photograph is going. Is there similar, as far as this photograph is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe in that photograph? What do we?
It's a closer photo of the sneaker. Sneaker's in the bottom, right down here.
And the next photograph. And again, what, if anything, are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer, zoomed-in photo. And this would be the curbing right here.
And the sneaker, as it's portrayed in this particular photograph, is that as it was when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
The next photograph is Gilman. Or the other side of that sneaker, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And is that sort of in relation to the curve that you were describing earlier in your testimony?
Yes, sir. You can see the curbing right here.
The next photograph. Now, as far as the sneaker was concerned, when it's recovered, where was the snow in relation to? Was it on, around, in? Where was the snow in relation to?
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
The next photograph is Gilman. And this is how it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
or how it appeared when it was discovered, I should say.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph, Ms. Tillman. Next photograph, Ms. Tillman. And sir, in this photograph, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
This is Exhibit 125. It's the photo I have in front of me. This might be difficult for them to see, but this is a clear piece of the taillight right here.
Thank you. And the next photograph, Ms. Tillman. And again, sir, what is depicted in this Exhibit 126?
See a little closer zoomed in version of the clear piece of taillight that was recovered.
And as far as what the area of snow surrounding, does that sort of depict the depth at which that piece of clear plastic taillight was discovered?
Correct, sir.
The next photograph, 127. What, if anything, are we looking at in this one?
A different angle of the piece of clear taillight that was recovered.
The next photograph, Exhibit 128. Sir, if you could describe to the jury what is depicted in Exhibit 128.
It's difficult to see, but there's a piece of clear taillight right here. I can see with the photo in front of me, but I'm not sure if the jurors can see it from that distance, but there is a clear piece of taillight in this location.
The next photograph, 129. Again, if you could demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you observed.
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight right in this location.
Different piece of taillight than the one you were referring to previously in the prior exhibits.
Yes, sir.
The next photograph, 130. What, if anything, what are we looking at in this?
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight. Again, might be difficult from the distance for the jurors, but it's in this location here.
The next photograph, 131. What, if anything, is depicted in Exhibit 130?
There's a larger piece of red taillight located on the ground in this location.
And the next Exhibit 132. What, if anything, are we looking at in 132?
It's a closer photo of the same piece of taillight right here located on the ground.
And the next Exhibit 133. Now, what, if anything, is depicted in 133?
There's a small piece of taillight, I believe, in this location right here.
And lastly, Exhibit 134.
It's a small piece of taillight right on the ground right here in this location.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
Just trying to take those 24 away and give you this. You could just take a look at those and look up when you're finished.
What's that, sir?
And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is the mapping system we use to map evidence we recover.
Are those diagrams created pursuant to that mapping system?
Yes, they are.
What's contained in those diagrams, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of where items were recovered in relation to various markers on scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th in the afternoon?
Yeah, the marks showing on the map, they're a little offset, but that falls in the range of error with the handheld GPSs.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll vote to seek to introduce and give information to the exhibits.
No objection to the maps.
All right, thank you.
So there's 135 and 136 on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those to, one in each succession to the jury?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have before you is the first diagram, 135, is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
And you mentioned something earlier in your testimony just now in regard to sort of items being found in close proximity, creating some overlay with the GPS system, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And you mentioned range of error, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe what the range of error is and how that impacts sort of how it's depicted in this particular diagram?
So for GPS's typical range of error on a clear day is up to 16 feet. Obviously, we didn't have a clear day. We had atmospheric conditions, cloudy, snowy conditions. GPSs can be affected for their range accuracy by a few different things. One is the satellite geometry. As I said before, the GPSs connect to 4 different satellites. You also could have signal blockage. Blockage could occur from trees, buildings, bridges. Then you have atmospheric conditions, like I mentioned, and then you have the receiver end, any issues with your receiver end, which is actually the handheld GPS. Those would be the four main issues and why you may have a little offset on your GPS readings. But again, typically under clear sky conditions would be up to 16 feet.
And so using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if any, sort of significant markers or what has been marked on this particular diagram.
I've listed as the command post, which is where my vehicle was parked. We have the address, which is the house, 34 Fairview. Then as you move further south, you'll see the first red plastic that we recovered, which again was a larger piece of red plastic. They're kind of stamped on top of each other, but you'll see the sneaker, you'll see a second red piece of plastic, and you'll see the fire hydrant all marked on the map.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Kemmon, if I could have the next diagram, please. Again, so what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 136?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this diagram or what, if anything, is different between 136 and 135.
We just changed the layering on the map just to make it a little easier to read. So we removed the taillight pieces, and now we just have the sneaker and the fire hydrant listed on the map here.
And that area, as far as you were talking, sort of the concentration of the search was in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant, is that correct?
Correct, sir. Again, we started closer to almost directly across from the front door. The evidence recovery all happened between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And if you could, or if it's possible on this diagram that you have up on the screen, could you, using a laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of where the search began and where the items of evidence were located?
Search would have begun right in this area. And as we moved south, we started finding pieces of evidence right around here.
And then the area that you went, about 5 or somewhere between 5 to 10 feet, is that your testimony beyond when you started to not find any more items of evidentiary value, is that correct?
Correct. We had gone past the fire hydrant, hadn't found any other pieces of evidence for it's probably closer to 8 to 10 feet, and that's when we suspended the search.
And so just using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to that 8 to 10 feet, in which direction was that from the items of evidence?
Heading south towards Chapman Street, so down in this location would be where we stopped.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, sir, at any point in time that you were on scene, were you able to look at or see any sort of photographs or any images of the damage to the taillight?
No, I was not.
So fair to say that at the time that you're conducting your search on that particular afternoon, you weren't aware of how much taillight could be there or how much you might be looking for, correct?
Correct. We did not know how much damage there was.
Now, so you talked a little bit about, well, let me ask you this. As far as from your training and experience in relation to conducting these types of searches, are you familiar with a term known as POD?
Correct, sir. There'll be probability of detection.
And I believe you've referenced earlier in your testimony some variables that go into that terminology. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what some of those variables are and how it related to this particular search?
So probability of detection, it winds up turning into a mathematical formula to make it simpler, give us more of a baseline objective on how well we did search in the area. Covers 10 different categories. We'll rate those categories 1 through 10 on how we feel we did and kind of come up with a score to give just a baseline on what we think percentage-wise we would have found the objects we're looking for. Those categories would include the terrain, as number 1, hazards would be 2, lighting would be 3, weather would be 4, vegetation would be 5, which in this case would have been some of the grass we encountered as we got on the front lawn. As you continue on would be your spacing, which is, again, is how the team members are separated as we're searching through the area, the tactics you're using, the area size, then the team composition, and then the last one is instinct and variables. And really the last two, I think, is what works best for us. What stands out most about our team is your team composition and the instincts, just for the experience we have in searching.
And so was it those variables that sort of led to the conclusion in conjunction yourself and Lieutenant Tully as far as to cease searching at that particular point after you were gone 8 to 10 feet south of the evidentiary items without locating any other evidentiary items?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you, sir.
All right, cross-examination?
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir.
Sir, so you will agree with me that it was Lieutenant Brian Tully who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is.
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2:32 p.m. that you would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically held you up, right? Because he didn't have authorization yet?
Objection.
Is that true?
It's not.
Okay. He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at that time.
Okay. So you were not authorized to respond at that time, correct?
No, neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my team. We have to send up formal requests to get authorization to respond.
All right. Now, by 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, snow had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It wasn't my house.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that
Correct,
time, right?
yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I was not, no.
All right. Now, you were aware that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 6:03 that morning?
I believe when I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, he told me around 6:30.
Okay. Well, let's go with 6:30 then. So when you received the call from Lieutenant Tully, snow would have been accumulated from 6:30 a.m. approximately to approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And so snow had been accumulating at that point when you first got the call for about 8 hours after the body was found, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, before you conduct a search, is it important for you to know in general terms the working theory of the police and the investigators in terms of what had happened at the scene?
It's not. I want as detailed information on what we're looking for. As far as the investigation's concerned, that's not interesting to me. I'm not interested in those exact specifics. I just want to know where you would like us to search and what you need us to find.
Right, but in order to know what you are seeking to find, you'd need to learn from the investigators what they believed happened that would leave that evidence, correct?
Correct, sir. He told us we were looking for pieces of taillight from a vehicle.
All right. You'd also want to know prior to getting to the scene who had access to the scene before you got there, would you not?
I did not need to know that information, no, sir, and I did not ask that.
All right. Is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Sometimes, but a lot of times when we're involved in searches, we might not be out for days later. If search efforts have been exhausted and they don't think any evidence can be recovered, we will go out to scenes that have been left unsecured for days on end.
Sure. No, I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
No, you can leave it unattended if you don't believe it'll be disturbed or anything will be taken, sir.
Is it preferable to leave a crime scene unattended prior to searching it?
No, I think they would have searched it before we arrived, yes, sir.
Again, I'm going to ask if you would, please just respond to my
What
question.
my preference would be, sir, yes, I'd prefer that it was secured.
Okay, that wasn't very difficult.
Apologize on the
Objection, Your Honor.
So, no comments, Mr. Yannetti.
At the time that Lieutenant Tully first called you, were you aware that no one from law enforcement was controlling that crime scene?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Were you aware at that time that no one had been controlling it for about 6 or 7 hours before you were called?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene had been abandoned by the police and investigators at about 7:50 in the morning?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene was left open to the public for hours before you were asked to search?
I was not aware of that.
All right, in any case, when you got there was only one trooper on scene, and that was a trooper from your unit,
Correct, sir.
Beausoleil?
Correct.
Nobody else was guarding the crime scene at that point, correct?
There was not.
In fact, at that point, did you know where specifically on the property you were going to be searching?
I did not.
And in your experience, is it proper procedure in an investigation that requires a search for law enforcement to give up control of the area that will be searched?
It's not unusual for us to respond to scenes like that, sir.
It happens, but is it proper procedure, sir, to give up control of an area to be searched prior to the search?
If they don't think anything will be recovered in the meantime, sir, it's something we encounter all the time on our searches.
Right? So in this case, is it your testimony then that the investigators didn't think that anything would be recovered?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, you recorded that there was a second alert regarding this case at 2:53 p.m., correct?
That was the initial alert, sir.
Well, maybe we're getting into semantics here, but you were first notified at 2:32 p.m. by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
That's him calling me. The 253 alert is sent out to my full team.
Okay. That 2:53 alert is the second time that you're receiving information about this case, right? The first being 2:32 from Lieutenant Tully.
No, that's not new information. That's me taking the information I received from Lieutenant Tully and sending it out to the rest of my team, because they were not aware of the circumstances yet.
So you were the one to send out that second alert, or that alert?
West Team supervisor, because I was going to start clearing my driveway, so I reached out to a West Team supervisor. He sent out that alert.
And who was that?
That was then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Simpson.
Okay. And the alert that Sergeant Simpson sent out was an instruction for members of your team to begin clearing off their cruisers and their driveways to get ready to go, correct?
That was an availability of alert to see who would be available to respond.
And that they should begin clearing off their cruisers and driveways, correct?
Yes, so they would be able to respond.
All right. But your team was still not activated at that point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Sergeant Simpson explicitly wrote in that alert, quote, "We do not have the green light yet," end quote, correct?
Correct, sir.
Sergeant Simpson at 2:53 p.m. in that alert actually typed it in twice that your team did not have the green light, correct?
Correct. It's a voice generator response. It will normally duplicate the instructions, so as I listen to it, if they miss it the first time through, they can hopefully hear it clearly the second time through.
Okay. And it was very clear that you didn't have the green light from that alert, correct?
Correct, sir. We weren't authorized to respond yet.
Okay. Now, you stated that you were in Massachusetts at the time you were first contacted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how far were you from Canton?
Normally would be about a 20-minute ride.
All right. With the blizzard conditions, however, it took you longer than that?
43 minutes, sir.
Now, you're familiar with the CERT Administrative Journal extract?
The Daily Journal, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That recorded, and when I say that, I mean, you called it the Daily Journal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll call it the Daily Journal. That Daily Journal recorded the initial contact that you had with Lieutenant Tully at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, that was entered into the Daily Journal.
And then the second entry was the 2:53 p.m. alert that was sent out by Sergeant Simpson, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in the Daily Journal or not, but that would be the alert, sir.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to hand the witness this document and leave it there. I have an extra copy. I have no problem with him referring to it. Once you've had a chance to review that, Lieutenant, if you look up at me when you're done.
All set, sir.
So you'd agree with me that the 2:32 p.m. phone call with Lieutenant Tully is in the Daily Journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the 2:53 p.m. alert by Sergeant Simpson is also in the journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
Both of those have a timestamp, do they not?
They do, sir.
What is the next entry on that journal?
It says, CERT activated en route to Canton.
Now, there is no time entry next to that. I'm sorry, no time is entered next to that entry, correct?
There is not, no.
The previous alert said only to clear the vehicles and driveways, essentially, right? To check on availability?
Correct, sir.
So the time that your team is alerted was entered in the journal, but there is no time entered in this journal as to when you were dispatched, correct?
Correct, sir.
But you have a memory of after that 2:53 p.m. alert sent out by Sergeant Simpson that Lieutenant Tully called you back about an hour later?
It's not a memory, sir. Our alert for the team to respond is time-stamped at 3:48 p.m.
Okay, and that was Sergeant Simpson that recorded that, correct?
Correct, sir.
But that's not in the Daily Journal, correct?
No, that's in the Health and Homeland Alert Network, which records all our alerts that get sent out, and that was time-stamped at 3:48.
3:48, okay. Now, other than authorization that would have been obtained after the 2:53 p.m. alert, Did you ever ascertain what else changed on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit that allowed you now to have the green light?
Once I was done cleaning my driveway off, which took a significant amount of time, I spoke to my captain. He said we were approved through our chain of command, and that's when either I contacted Lieutenant Tully or he called me. He said he was approved through his chain of command to include the deputy superintendent who was authorizing a response.
Okay,
So there's several layers of the chain of command that have to approve a response for numerous reasons. Staffing reasons, they know I'm going to be pulling, again, I said some of my team members aren't full-time members. Some of them I have to pull off their assignments. So if they're on patrol, I'll now be shorting a barracks. They take that into consideration, overtime consideration, safety consideration of now additional members driving through the weather to respond. So that all gets discussed at levels above us.
all right. That answer applied to strictly issues regarding authorization on both ends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recall my question, which was, other than authorization, did you learn what, if anything, had changed in that time period from 2:53 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit?
No, sir. We just talked about the authorization process.
Sometime shortly before 4 o'clock, you're talking about 3:48 being the alert authorizing you to depart. Sometime before 4, Sergeant Simpson informed your team to start heading to Canton and to report to you, correct?
Correct, sir.
That meant that team members should basically stop what they're doing, the ones who are going to be going, get their gear ready, suit up, get in a car, and start driving to Canton to meet up with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we've already discussed that on this particular day with blizzard conditions and the roads as they existed, that would obviously take more time than it would on a clear sunny day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And I believe your estimation is maybe about a 20-minute drive in good weather with good roads versus the 43 minutes it actually took you to get there, correct?
Correct.
Now, the 7 members of your team who did show up were Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Louise, O'Brien, you, and Viscardi, correct?
Correct, sir.
You all arrived at about the same time, sir?
No, we had a pretty significant difference between arrival times.
Okay. Is there something called a personnel status report that records arrival times, sir?
No, it doesn't record arrival times. We just enter who's responding. We use our geotab, which is our vehicle locator, to determine arrival times.
Is it your testimony? Let's get back to the podium. Is it your testimony that the personnel status report does not record the date and time that somebody arrived on scene?
No, that's all manually entered, sir.
Do you deny that the personnel status report in this case recorded the date and time of each of those officers that I just mentioned who came on scene?
It has who arrived on scene, yes, sir.
But it doesn't just say who arrived on scene. The personnel status report says when they arrived on scene, correct?
Yeah, it's whenever they would have been entered into the system. But that doesn't mean they were officially on scene yet,
All
sir.
right, but again, that's not what the document says, right? It doesn't say we're entering this into the system because they're arriving. The document says on scene and it gives a date and time, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
All right. Now, your testimony is, oh, and by the way, the personnel status report, you'd agree with me, has everybody except for you and Beausoleil showing up at 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
And it has you and Beausoleil showing up 5 minutes before that at 4:55 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
But it's your testimony that when you got there, it was just you and Beausoleil, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which actually would be consistent with the personnel status report, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that has you two showing up first as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your testimony is that other members didn't show up until between 5:20 and 5:24 p.m.?
Trooper Bearden arrived at 5:21. Sergeant Luis and Sergeant O'Brien arrived at 5:24. Trooper Viscardi showed up at 5:34. Sergeant Carrier showed up at 5:41.
Okay, and so the last member of your team, which is, again, Carrier,
Carrier, correct, sir, 5:41.
he showed up at 5:41, and now your team was all there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it your testimony that you did not meet up as a team somewhere and head to 34 Fairview? You all arrived individually?
That's correct, sir.
Did every single trooper who arrived have their own cruiser?
Yes, they did, sir.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that when Lieutenant Tully first contacted you at 2:32 p.m., it was still daytime, correct?
Yes, it was.
So it was light out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that at around 5 o'clock on this late January day in Massachusetts, it was dark out by the time you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
So when you finally arrived on scene, after your team getting the green light, it was dark for the start of your search, correct?
Yes, it was.
When you got there, you set up a command post.
Well, you could call my cruiser command post, sure, sir.
Well, I didn't use the term command post, sir, did I?
You did not.
Who used it first?
We marked my cruiser as a command post on the map, sir.
Okay, all right. And a command post is a base of operations at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you parked your cruiser basically in front of the driveway at 34 Fairview to serve as the command post?
Yes, right side of the driveway, yes, sir.
And you were initially facing away from the flagpole when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Which would mean that your cruiser was parked technically on the wrong side of the street facing Cedar Crest because you were against 34 Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And then ultimately turned it around?
Well, yes, myself and Trooper Beausoleil moved our vehicles.
All right, and you initially parked there in part because you wanted to keep the area where you were searching clear of vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was where you met at the, we'll call it a command post because you did, your cruiser. That was where you met to discuss the parameters of the search?
When Detective Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, that's where we spoke.
Okay. And you would agree with me that it was Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit who told you where to look and what to look for, correct?
Correct. He told us the area he thought would be the best probability to find what we were looking for.
In addition to your team, the 7 of you, you noted that there were 5 other officers on scene at various points, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 5, sir.
They were all in uniform?
They were not.
Some were in plain clothes?
They were.
And you didn't know who those 5 other officers were, correct?
I only recognized 2 of them, sir.
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
At that point, were you made aware that the Canton police had been conflicted out of this investigation?
I had not, no, sir.
All right. Now, Lieutenant Tully directed you to an area where he said that John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
He directed us to where he believed the vehicle involved had been parked and to where the victim's body was recovered.
All right. So again, in answer to my question, he did direct you to an area where he believed the victim's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he believed that the victim officer was hit and dragged by a motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have said possibly dragged.
All right, but in terms of your paperwork on the case, there's something called a final mission report, correct?
Yes, there is, sir.
And what is the final mission report?
That's just a brief summary of the actions conducted by CERT during our assignment.
And with regard to, just going back for a second, with regard to those 5 officers, you mentioned that you recognized 2 of the 5 officers that were in plainclothes at the scene?
Correct, sir.
And what departments were they from?
The only 2 I recognized were from the state police.
Okay. Now, getting back to the final mission report, you called it a brief summary of what you had done with regard to the search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just because it's brief doesn't mean that it should be inaccurate, correct?
Correct, sir.
It's important with regard to anything that you submit on this case that you be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to be, correct?
Do our best, sir.
Right. And there is an entry, well, there are 6 different categories on, or I should say 7 different categories on the final mission report. The first being the mission name, which you entered as the Canton evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate. The evidence search occurred, and it occurred in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also put the date and time of the first call, and you entered that as January 29th of 2022 at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, because you've testified that's when Lieutenant Tully contacted you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a entry or a question or a box that says general terrain, and you entered that as neighborhood, snow-covered street, and front lawn, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that was accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of incident type, you entered evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a final mission report that talks about your mission and starts with, 7 CERT members, and that's the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
7 CERT members responded to the scene, and it talks about, the snow in the area where the victim's body was found, the plows hadn't cleared the street, et cetera, et cetera. That paragraph is accurate as well, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then there's a final mission report by, and it gives your name, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, and it has your accurate badge number, which is 3042, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, everything that we've just discussed in terms of what you put in your final mission report was entered accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final category is general description of mission, and would you agree with me that you entered the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
I don't remember exactly how it's worded, sir. If I could.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
It's been a recurring theme. Do you need
I do not.
glasses? You
I do
don't?
not,
Okay.
sir.
All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. All set, sir. Thank you.
I may approach you.
Yes.
Lieutenant, having read that portion of the final mission report, is your memory refreshed?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right, and did you enter in there, the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
Yes, it is. I did, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to the area that, or I should say, Lieutenant Tully's direction to you to search the area where the victim's body was found, Lieutenant Tully never informed you that he was actually present and saw the victim's body in that spot, did he?
He did not, no, sir.
Did you mark the place where John O'Keefe's body was found with GPS coordinates?
We did not. He wasn't no longer on scene, sir, so I think that would have been not 100% accurate.
Okay. You also mentioned that Lieutenant Tully directed you to the area where the SUV had been parked, correct?
To where the vehicle was believed to have been parked, yes, sir.
At that time, did you know it was an SUV or not?
I did not, sir.
All right. But in any case, Lieutenant Tully didn't tell you that he ever saw the vehicle parked in the area to which he directed you, correct?
He did not say that he saw it there, no, sir.
So Lieutenant Tully told you to look for a man's sneaker, correct?
That was one of the items missing, yes, sir.
And he told you to look for red and clear plastic pieces of taillight, correct?
He just said taillight, didn't say red clear, but taillight pieces.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Tully give you approval not just to search outside the house, but also inside the house?
No, we never discussed searching inside the house, sir.
And you had mentioned during your testimony that you confirmed that the homeowner was there, right? Because he came out of the house at one point?
I don't know if it was the homeowner, but an adult male exited the house while we were there, sir.
Sure. And he appeared to live at that home, correct? If I may just have a moment. All right. Now, with regard to the area that you were searching, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Tully was the one who directed you where to search and what to search for, correct?
He gave us the best idea for the search area, yes, sir.
All right. And it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search?
He told us where he believed the vehicle was parked and where the victim's body was found, and I decided how far of a distance we would search.
Okay. So that's another way of saying it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search, correct?
Yeah, I based it off of the information he provided, yes, sir.
So the answer is yes?
I guess so, sir.
This was not the first time that you and your team have done a search in the snow, correct?
Not for evidence. We had never done a search like this before, just for missing person searches.
I see. But in any case, you've been trained to search winter crime scenes that have snow, correct?
Correct, sir.
There are proper techniques for conducting such searches during or after a snowfall, correct?
Yeah, we have best practices we use.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes, we have best practices we use, sir.
Of course. Best practices would include documenting the scene and the area to be searched with photographs and diagrams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would also include using, gentle methods to remove snow, correct?
Yeah, the best way you can, yes, sir.
That might include, smaller hand tools, brushes, gloved hands.
Only if you would have a real small area.
It would include removing snow layer by layer and then sifting it and documenting evidence again for each layer that's removed.
Yeah, I believe that's how we went through, sir. We went slowly, methodically, and sifting through the snow as we progressed down the area. Correct.
And best practices would mean documenting by photographs along the way the progress of your search, would it not?
That would be up to the detectives or the crime scene unit, sir.
Well, but you were the one who was making those decisions, correct?
Not for documentation purposes. No, that's not our responsibility, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me that it would be advisable to document your search in that way, would it not?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
Okay. Well, would it harm your search in any way to fully document it along the way?
It would not harm it, no, sir.
You want to take your time and work methodically and thoroughly in the search, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you want to collect evidence as it's located and immediately photograph it in place before it's disturbed, correct?
Yeah, as evidence is discovered, it will get photographed in place. Yes, sir.
During your search in this case, your team found a sneaker and pieces of red and clear plastic, correct?
Correct, sir.
The evidence that you found was basically on top of each other, within a few inches of each other, correct?
Within a foot or two, a couple feet, yes, sir.
Well, you testified at a prior proceeding in this matter, did you not?
I did, sir.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that prior proceeding as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that testimony was closer in time to the search that you conducted on January 29th than today is, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
And your memory would have been better then than it is today, correct?
Probably, sir.
You were asked the question, quote, and as far as the red and clear glass you believed consistent with the taillight, was that found in the same area as the sneaker or somewhere else? Do you recall that question?
I believe being asked that question, yes, sir.
And your answer was same area, within a few inches, less than a foot, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, you mapped out GPS coordinates for what you found?
One of the team members did, yes, sir.
Your team did.
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit was present during the search, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was the one that was photographing the items that were found?
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your observations about where these items were found in relation to each other. Was there a piece of red plastic located on the roadway left of the flagpole when you look at the house from the street?
Left of the flagpole, yes, sir.
All right. Now, given your testimony about these items essentially being in the same area less than a foot away from each other, it could not be true then that from that red piece of plastic that was found in the street, that 3 feet south of that was a black Nike sneaker found under the snow. That couldn't have happened, correct?
Well, I don't know where the distance between the objects as far as the mapping purposes, sir, but as far as how far apart, the first thing we discovered was one red piece of plastic, and then further south, that's when we found the sneaker and additional pieces.
Right, but again, they were all in the same area less than a foot apart, correct?
The same general area, but could have been over a foot, sir. I'd have to measure between the GPS markings.
Okay, well, so is your testimony today that what you testified to in that prior proceeding, where everything was less than a foot apart, that wasn't accurate?
Objection.
Allow it. Is that your testimony, sir?
Best recollection that they were within around a foot, but to be 100% accurate, you would have to measure between the two GPS points, which I have not done.
Sure, but if your estimate is you didn't even say a foot, you said less than a foot, correct?
I believe that's what you read, around a foot, yes, sir.
Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct, sir.
So if it's less than a foot, then by definition, the sneaker couldn't have been found 3 feet south of where that red piece of plastic was, correct?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
You don't know what's accurate.
Where you're saying 3 feet, I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is it accurate?
I don't know, sir. I'm not sure the exact distance. I didn't measure the GPS marking, sir. I'm not.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't know where you came up with that number 3 feet, sir.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
I'm just asking questions. All right, so with regard to, let's assume for a moment that the sneaker was found 3 feet south of that first red piece of plastic. From your observations, was there a clear piece of plastic that was found a few feet south of that black sneaker?
There was a piece of clear plastic found just past the sneaker.
A few feet south of the sneaker?
I don't know where you're getting that from, sir.
Again, you don't have to, like, worry where my questions are coming
So,
from.
Mr. Yannetti, no comments. Next
Sure.
question.
I'm just asking a factual question. You were there, I was not.
Mr. Yannetti, just ask the
Yes.
question.
Was a clear piece of plastic found a few feet south of the black sneaker, which was found 3 feet south of the red piece of plastic? Did that happen?
I don't know the distance, sir. No, not without measuring it. But I wouldn't think it was that far of a distance. They were much closer than that.
Right. I mean, you say you don't know the distance, but you testified to what the distance was in that prior proceeding, did you not?
Objection.
Next question, please.
All right. And then, moving along, we have the red piece of plastic, 3 feet south, black sneaker, a few feet south, clear plastic, then finally, several feet south of that clear piece of plastic, was there a second piece of red plastic found, several feet south?
No, again, I don't agree with your description of the distance, sir.
Okay, all right, so we will agree that, one piece of red plastic, 3 feet south sneaker, a few feet south clear piece of plastic, and then several feet south more red plastic. That didn't happen, correct?
I don't agree on those distances, no, sir.
No, okay. Now, you testified that these items were buried under some snow, correct?
Correct, sir. They were under snow.
Can I have those exhibits, please? Okay, can I display exhibit 113, please?
All right, the jury needs to take a break. Why don't we
Oh, sure.
why don't we have this be our morning recess, folks? So take about 15, 20.
All rise for the court, please.
Right now on CBS News Boston, the Karen Reed murder trial picks back up this morning after a 6-day break. What to expect in court today as we enter the 6th week now of testimony. Steward Healthcare back in court today for a bankruptcy hearing ahead of a rally to protest its plan to sell off some hospitals. And the Celtics getting in some practice as they wait for the start of the NBA Finals, what they're saying ahead of their matchup with Dallas on Game 1 this Thursday. Now taking a live look outside, you can see as we look out over the city, the sun's starting to peek out. It's going to be another beautiful day. Jacob, we've been really spoiled the last few days with such beautiful weather. Is it going to last?
It is going to last for a short time. I think by the time we get to the middle part of the week, things will be changing a little. We do have the clouds around, as you saw on that camera shot there. It's a different start to the morning than we've seen over the last few days. We have the clouds that will thin out as you approach noontime. I do expect there to be quite a bit of sunshine by noon. We're at 72 in Boston, 71 in Worcester. We're in the 60s towards Fitchburg and Leominster, Bedford, 66 in Norwood, and 67 degrees in Plymouth. One thing you'll also maybe notice is slightly higher humidity values, especially as you go south of town, where we have dew points that are in the low 60s and upper 50s. Right now, our dew point 47 in Boston. It is slightly muggier than what you felt over the weekend, so you may notice that as you go about your morning. A couple of sprinkles as well, moving through parts of Narragansett Bay into Bristol County before this will push on out of here. All of us basically remaining dry for the day today, and the trend will be with some increasing sunshine as those clouds start to kind of dissipate. The sun will pop out, and we're expecting some great sunshine right in time for noon, for lunches, looking good outside. We will build some clouds, some coastal fog possible tomorrow morning, perhaps even a sprinkle here or there, but I think most of us are dry, and we're back to sun for Tuesday afternoon. So our hour-by-hour forecast takes us into the upper 70s, low 80s, sunshine from really start to finish after we get rid of some of the clouds. More sunshine in the forecast for tomorrow. Changes by Thursday and Friday. We'll look at that part of the forecast in just a few minutes. Jordan?
New this morning, some scary moments for a pilot when his glider crashed in New Hampshire's White Mountains. The 84-year-old was left hanging inside the cockpit about 20 feet from the ground yesterday. He wasn't injured and was able to call 911 for help. Emergency responders used a pulley and harness system to get the pilot down. He told investigators he had difficulty getting a lift and hit a downdraft, causing him to crash. Former President Trump is once again speaking out after being convicted in his criminal hush money trial. A new CBS News poll finds that more than half of Americans think the verdict was fair. CBS's Naomi Ruckham has more from New York.
In his first TV interview since his Manhattan conviction, former President Donald Trump told Fox News he would be okay with having to serve prison time or house arrest. But he issued this warning.
I think it would be tough for the public to take. You know, at a certain point, there's a breaking point.
Trump also repeated his plans to appeal and railed against the verdict.
It's weaponization of the Justice Department, of the FBI. And, you know, that's all coming out of Washington.
President Joe Biden forcefully pushed back those claims Friday.
It's reckless. It's dangerous. It's irresponsible for anyone to say this was rigged just because they don't like the verdict.
A new CBS poll shows that more than half of Americans surveyed believe the verdict was right, though there continues to be a huge political divide in public opinion. A smaller majority of respondents said they don't believe Trump should serve prison time after his conviction. Saturday night, the former president received a standing ovation while attending a UFC match in New Jersey. The next day, he posted a video of his interactions with fans there to launch his new TikTok account. Trump already has more than 3 million TikTok followers and counting, dwarfing the amount of followers the Biden-Harris campaign has amassed since it joined TikTok back in February. Naomi Ruckham, CBS News, New York.
Hunter Biden's trial set to begin in Delaware today. A special counsel accuses President Biden's son of buying and possessing a firearm while being addicted to illegal drugs. That's against federal law. Hunter Biden is also accused of lying about his drug use on a form that he submitted while buying. A bankruptcy hearing will be held this afternoon as Steward Healthcare looks to sell its hospitals across the country and here in the state. According to court paperwork, several companies are interested in bidding on the medical centers. If a judge approves their schedule schedule, auctions could happen by the end of June. The healthcare company has 31 hospitals and networks nationwide. 8 are up for sale here in Massachusetts. Firefighters and caregivers with Neshoba Valley Medical Center, one of Stewart's hospitals, plans to rally this afternoon. Quincy City Council could vote as soon as today on a controversial pay raise for their mayor. Last week, a representative for Mayor Tom Koch proposed a $285,000 salary. That's a 79% pay raise from his current salary of just under $151,000. The mayor has not had a raise now in years. Residents rallied against the proposal, saying it goes too far. If the council approves the raise, it would go into effect next year. A single sick call derails the weekend plans of hundreds of people. The Steamship Authority had to cancel multiple trips on the high-speed ferry between Hyannis and Nantucket yesterday. Staffing problems have been an ongoing issue. WBZ's Laura Hafley reports.
Trouble at Hyannis Terminal Sunday. Passengers expecting a quick trip to Nantucket didn't get one.
I'm pretty bummed.
According to the Steamship Authority, just one sick call from a boat pilot sidelined the INO for the day, canceling all 4 round trips on the agency's only high-speed passenger ferry, frustrating travelers like Kirsten with limited time to visit the island.
I only have 2 weekends here, and I really wanted to go to Nantucket per day, so can't really do that.
The agency says they were unable to find a pilot to cover the call-out, blaming staffing shortages, a problem that's plagued the agency for several summers, but they're working to fix the issue. Steamship Authority General Manager Robert Davis writing to WBZ, the Steamship Authority is embarking upon several new recruiting and training initiatives to ensure it has proper staffing levels, including recruiting students and promoting staff to pilot positions. But the process is lengthy, and piloting one of these requires a United States Coast Guard certification.
If they have absences, particularly unplanned absences, then you get unplanned disruptions. They had to cancel their whole fast boat schedule.
The Steamship Authority does have freight and vehicle ferries, but the trips are 2 hours and 15 minutes instead of just 1 hour on the high-speed boat.
That's a big time difference.
Nantucket local Bill Grambo's concerned island workers may struggle this summer without reliable service getting them to work on time.
For the people who are getting over there and commuting, and typically they're looking to be on the fast boat or the Highline fast boats.
Passengers affected by Sunday's cancellation will receive a full refund. For now, riders are practicing patience, hoping for a seamless summer on the water.
I have a lot of grace for what they're dealing with.
Now, typically the Steamship Authority will adjust their summer schedule to accommodate traffic, including adding a 5th round trip between Hyannis and Nantucket. But because of staffing shortages, that 5th trip will not be added this summer. In Hyannis, Laura Hafley, WBZ News.
The Celtics are just 3 days away from Game 1 of the NBA Finals. The team was back at practice this weekend as they get ready to take on the Mavericks. WBZ's Levin Reed is live for us this morning at TD Garden with all the details. Lev?
Jordan, it's the finals countdown. The countdown to the finals is just 3 days away. It happens on Thursday, and then it will be right here. Game 1 right here of the NBA Finals, right here at the Garden. It'll be the Celtics against the Mavericks. As for the Celtics, the second time in 3 years that they've made it to the big show, but this time they want to come away with the banner. Right now, the Celtics, by the way, are making use of their downtime in the midst of a 10-day rest. Time to work out some problems and heal up for the stretch ahead. The C's need 4 more wins, and they can raise that banner 18. What stands in front of them is Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic, and the Dallas Mavericks. 3 years ago, or just this year's squad, is very different than a team that made it to the finals a couple of years ago. They're more mature, they're smarter, and they're thankful for a shot at the championship.
Great opportunity to make it to the finals again. You don't always get a second chance, so really just looking at it as a second chance and trying to simplify things as much as we can. It's another series that we got to win.
Now the Celtics and the Mavericks played twice in the regular season. The Celtics won both those games, one by 9 and the other by 28. Let's keep that trend going. And by the way, if you're looking for the status of center Kristaps Porzingis, well, he practiced with the team all weekend, but officially his status is still up in the air. Jordan, you and I have been the good luck charms for both these teams. So guess what? We got to bring that power, Jordan. Gotta bring
11.
that energy, Jordan.
We're
Gotta
bringing
bring
it. We are
Gotta
bringing
bring
it. I'm clapping. I'm clapping as hard as
That's
I
what
can.
we do.
We're
I know. I can hear. I know. Well,
How much
not as
harder?
hard as you can, but just keep bringing.
How much harder can we clap to get the Celtics a win? Everyone
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh my goodness! Everyone.
I'm not trying to break a hand here.
I know. Me neither. We need to clap when they actually win. Oh, Lev.
That's what we got to do. We're just going to clap it out. Clap it out.
Clapping it out. Lev, thank you so much. We can't
Clap it
wait.
out.
It's going to be a great
Thank
game.
you.
Best of luck. We're going to be sending all the positivity to the Seas. And just ahead this morning on CBS News Boston, a church community starting a new chapter a year after a devastating fire. And protesters against the war in Gaza bringing their message to Senator Warren's home. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Taking a look out at the Mass Pike, where you can see it's actually looking like a beautiful cotton candy sky out there. The sun peeking through the clouds. It's going to be another hot day, so grab the sunscreen and the shades as you head out the door. Meteorologist Jacob Wyckoff joins us now with a check of our forecast. Jacob, we'll take any nice weather we can get on a Monday. It makes it at least a little bit easier.
It does make it just a little bit easier, that's for sure. The nice weather that we had over the weekend continues right on into the start of the work week. Temperatures are in the low 70s in Boston. The dew points are also elevated a little bit. You may notice it in some areas as you step out the door that it's a little bit muggier than what you felt over the weekend. Currently, we're at 67 in Fitchburg, 63 in Bedford, mid 60s towards the Cape and Islands. Our next weather headlines look like this. We will see some increasing sunshine. You step outside right now, you're like, where is the sun that you promised me? Don't worry, we're going to thin those clouds out and the sunshine will return by noontime and certainly into the afternoon. And as I mentioned, we are slightly muggier, but we're going to stay dry and mild pretty much all week until We get into Thursday and Friday, and that's when our rain chances increase, and that could be 1 to 2 inches of rain when all is said and done. A couple of sprinkles move through Narragansett Bay towards Bristol County, perhaps even clipping Martha's Vineyard, but I think most of us will just be dry. Already starting to see a little bit of clearing on our satellite and radar, and that's going to be the trend for today, is increasing sun, decreasing clouds. There will be some increasing clouds tonight, and that's going to lead to a mostly cloudy start to your Tuesday, maybe some fog as well, but there's the afternoon. You're talking almost full-on sunshine. Clouds start to build with an easterly wind, perhaps even a couple pockets of drizzle here or there, depending on where you are, especially along the coastline. But the trend for Tuesday is also increasing sunshine for the afternoon before the clouds really build in for Wednesday. So our hour-by-hour forecast shows the clouds will dissipate. We're back into the low 80s, upper 70s for our highs for today. Tonight, we're falling back down into the 50s, 57 in Boston, 55 in Fitchburg, mid to low 50s for the Cape and Islands. Tuesday, with a sea breeze, it will be hard for some coastal locations to get above, especially south and east of town, above 70 degrees. Inland, we start to lose the coastal influence, and so we'll tap 80 degrees through central Mass into Middlesex County, 73 for Boston for a high tomorrow. One thing that has been elevated are tree pollen counts, our grass pollen counts, and we're going to see them remain fairly high over the coming days until Thursday and Friday, when we can get that washing out of the atmosphere. Our rain looks like this. Our chance for rain really increases late Wednesday and into Thursday. I think Thursday afternoon does look fairly soggy, and that's going to last right on into Friday too. If you're heading to the Cape or Islands, not a bad beach day for today. Just know that you should wear some sunscreen with the increasing sunshine. Tuesday, Wednesday, back into the 60s. Our 7-day forecast looks like this. Chance for the storms Thursday into Friday, temperatures in the mid to low 70s. Next couple of days decent after we get rid of some of that morning cloud cover, and then a mixture of sun and clouds for Wednesday and low 80s. So there's your 7-day forecast. Jordan, back to you.
Jacob, thanks. More than 150 people protesting the war in Gaza outside the home of Senator Elizabeth Warren in Cambridge. The protesters want Warren to reject any additional military support for Israel, and they're urging President Biden to call for a ceasefire. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is warning that there will be no permanent end to the war until all of the hostages are released and Hamas is out of power. This morning, a new beginning for a church community in Spencer. As WBZ's Paul Burton shows us, 1 year after a devastating fire destroyed the church, the parishioners are now preparing for a new home.
After joy and a sense of hope.
We stand with the ashes.
On Sunday, dozens gathered at the site of what was the First Congregational Church of Spencer. A year ago, this church went up in flames and was destroyed after being struck by lightning.
1 year exactly. I think the lightning struck around 2 o'clock, so that's why we decided to do it at 2 o'clock today.
The service was held on the old basketball court right next to where the 160-year-old church stood.
Been in the community since 1744. Yes, it has burned down once before and rebuilt.
The church was a staple in the community, a common meeting spot for AA meetings, Girl Scout gatherings, and of course, weekly services. Through song and prayer, members were happy to return and reflect on its rich history and how important it is to rebuild.
This is a day of hope. The Spencer Church feels called to be engaged in mission in this community. There are things that we were doing, and there are more things that I think might be here to help people in the community.
For the past year, these members have been gathering at the First Congregational Church of Leicester, a church they partnered with actually before the fire. But now it's been a year, and it's time to look to the future.
We are still here. We're still a beacon on the hill for the community, and that we're moving forward.
Church officials are working with architects to come up with a new design and cost for the new church that will have a community-based focus.
We do have some insurance money, but I'm not sure it'll cover everything. Yeah. And so our hope is that people will be able and willing to offer whatever contributions they can to help us with this.
It would give me a place to be called home again.
We're a big community, so it's the same people. We have the same feelings. We just miss our church.
And Spencer, I'm Paul Burton, WBZ News.
Crews are still looking for the cause of a weekend fire in Westboro. The flames broke out early yesterday morning on South Street. Firefighters rescued 2 people off the roof. The apartments above and a restaurant below sustained about $1 million in damages. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Coming up next, putting together a 100-piece puzzle can be a challenge, but what about 60,000 pieces? The incredible achievement of students in Cambridge and the important lessons that they learned piece by piece. A Greater Boston starts with enriching the lives of our students one puzzle piece at a time. The Cambridge Ridge and Latin School community completed the world's largest jigsaw puzzle, an incredible feat. But as WBZ's Mike Sullivan reports, it's what they learned in the process that will be with them for life.
In a puzzle, each piece matters. In a school, each child does too. Everything is part of everyone. From a sports team to a group project, it can take the collective to achieve a goal. We've all been working on this for like 11-ish months. We are talking about one of the largest jigsaw puzzles in the world. A portion sits under the nimble fingers of Aniket Srivastava. I enjoy just like the peaceful quality. To complete this, it took roughly a quarter of the student body at Cambridge Ridge and Latin. At 60,000 pieces, that's about 240 pieces a student.
Been down here like gymnastics all over trying to get everything to fit together, so.
Emily Houston came up with the idea. The teacher fancied herself a puzzle aficionado.
I do so many puzzles myself every year. Last year I did about 80. Yeah, that look.
The puzzle came in 60 sections. She asked staff members to host a portion.
Different classrooms, some of them whipped right through them, brought them back, sections back to me within like a week or two. Others took 6 months to do a section.
What does this do?
You testified on direct examination that you collected 6 or 7 pieces of plastic, correct?
I believe that's what we found, yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that it's important to be precise in your investigation and your search?
Yeah, that's why Lieutenant Tully took an evidence log, sir.
All right. So as you testify here today, 2.5 years later, can you tell the jury whether it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
I've never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again, I was partaking in the search, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, sir.
And you would agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to...
Okay. And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
All right. In any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of this search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 6 specific dates, and then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th. Those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Redirect, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly, Your Honor. So, Lieutenant O'Hara, with respect to both yourself and Lieutenant Tully, as far as being dispatched, that decision comes from above both of your heads with respect to each of your units. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
Now, you were asked some questions about a daily journal. Can you describe for the jury sort of what that is or what kind of information would typically be kept in that?
That would just be our day-to-day activities. We'll give a quick gist of what we're doing each day. Be more general than, doesn't get too thorough.
Now, you had made mention during your testimony of some other documentation that would be more specific. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And what would some of those be, and how would that be more specific?
That's a report that gets generated through our mission manager software, so it creates a little bit more detailed response.
And are you familiar with an AVL?
I am, yes, sir.
And what is an AVL?
It's the Geotab GPS on the cruiser's automatic vehicle locator system.
And the vehicle that you were operating that day, was that equipped with an AVL?
Yes, it was, sir.
And is that how you're able to tell the precise time of your arrival on scene?
Correct, sir.
As well as each member of your unit, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, as far as the items and where they were, again, I just asked from the photographs that were marked as exhibits before, where the items were when they were located by members of your team, they were photographed as they lay, is that correct?
Correct, sir. As they were discovered, they were photographed.
So regardless of inches versus feet versus whatever distance it was, you didn't measure that, is that correct?
We did not, no, sir.
But as far as where they were actually discovered or where they were recovered, they were photographed where they were when you found them, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
All right. All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Need this journal back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti, this is your paperwork, I believe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Maureen Hartnett to the stand.
You step right up here and just watch your step for me.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, I know I'm going to ask you throughout this to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And Ms. Hartnett, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long in total have you been with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
In total, approximately 8 years.
And I'm going to ask you some questions just a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go as far as your undergraduate was concerned?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Bridgewater State University.
And following receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And after you received your master's, where did you go after that?
I was then hired by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And when you're initially hired, you mentioned that you're a forensic scientist too now, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So when you're initially hired, or when you were initially hired at the State Crime Lab, what was your position and what did that entail?
Are you referring to back in 2004 or my current hire?
You're back in 2004.
In 2004, I was originally hired as a temporary employee in the CODIS unit.
And what is it that you did there?
I collected blood samples for the DNA database.
And did you receive any sort of training in regard to in regard to that work?
Yes, I was trained on how to properly collect and seal those samples.
And what did training sort of consist of in reference to that?
I demonstrated being able to take those collections and then properly store them and seal them.
Now, your current position, what is your position at the crime lab now?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too in the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Units.
And what is sort of the difference between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 1?
A forensic scientist 1 is still in training at the crime lab.
And did you start as a forensic scientist 1 when you came into this particular unit?
Yes, I did.
And about how long a period or process is it from the time that you start as a forensic scientist 1 before you become a forensic scientist 2?
It took me approximately 9 to 10 months to be signed off to be a forensic scientist 2.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what goes on as far as that process is concerned, going from a forensic scientist 1 to a forensic scientist 2?
During that time period, we are being trained in the various types of analysis that we'll perform in the Criminalistics Unit.
And what exactly does that training sort of consist of?
The training is broken up into modules, which addresses each type of analysis. At the end of each module, we take a written exam, an oral exam, and a hand-on practical exam. Once each module is successfully completed, we'll move on to the next module.
And what are your duties as a forensic scientist in the Criminalistics Unit and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
In the Criminalistics Unit, I examine items of evidence submitted by law enforcement personnel or crime scene responders for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I also perform gunshot residue collection and damage analysis.
And with respect to the Crime Scene Response Unit?
For the Crime Scene Response Unit, I respond to crime scenes. I document crime scenes, analyze or test evidence, preserve the evidence, and then transport that evidence back to the crime lab.
And now, with reference to your training experience, specifically in the Crime Scene Response Unit, what is, based on your training experience, what is sort of the definition of what is a crime scene?
A crime scene is any location that may contain evidence related to a crime.
Now, with regard to those 2 positions, what, if any, training did you receive in regard to those 2 units that you're currently in while you were at the lab?
I'm sorry, are you speaking about the crime scene training specifically?
Crime scene training, yes. Let me ask you first to start with the criminalistics training.
The criminalistics training, I completed modules on body fluid identification such as blood and semen, trace analysis, identification of hairs and fibers, pattern evidence such as bloodstain pattern evidence, as well as damage analysis.
And as far as the training was concerned with regard to the crime scene response?
I received training in proper documentation using sketches and diagrams of the scene. I also received training in trace collection at crime scenes as well as gunshot residue collection at crime scenes.
Now, the crime lab that you work for, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And what does that, as far as accreditation, what does that mean?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance process that the laboratory is a part of, or an outside body evaluates our crime lab to ensure that our personnel, procedures, and instruments are held to certain scientific standards.
And the outside sort of vendor or the outside accrediting agency, who is that in regard to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Our laboratory is accredited by ANAB, which stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board, and ANSI is another acronym that stands for American National Standards Institute.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, how often is that something that that your lab undergoes, or is there a certain audit process? How is accreditation sort of achieved?
We are audited, I believe, I want to say every 2 years, but I'm not 100% sure. They come out to the lab and they go through certain systems or have a certain scope in which they audit us. We also do internal audits as well.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, is that something that was up to date in the month of January of 2022?
Yes, it was.
And is it up to date currently as well?
Yes.
Now, your work, I believe you just alluded to this as far as your testimony, but does your work go through some sort of review process?
Yes, every assignment that I complete goes through both a technical review process and an administrative review process.
Can you explain a little bit about what each of those is and what it means?
A technical review process is done by an independent analyst, either a peer or a supervisor, who will look through my file and determine whether or not they can come to the same conclusions that I came to based on my notes.
Are you familiar, based on your training and experience within the lab, of something called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what is your understanding? What is a proficiency test?
Proficiency tests are given in the different types of analysis that we do at the lab to ensure that we are maintaining our competency in that type of analysis.
And about how often are these administered, or how often do you take proficiency tests?
For biological fluid identification, I take 2 per year. For trace identification, I take 1 per year. And for crime scene response, I take 1 per year.
And these proficiency tests, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAB, that you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
And did you take a proficiency test in hair and fiber identification in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the outcome of that proficiency test?
That was successfully completed and required a remediation.
Can you explain to the jury what remediation is and why this specific proficiency test required remediation?
A remediation occurs when you have an inconsistent answer with that is expected by the laboratory or by the test provider. In this particular instance, I had an inconsistent answer with the expected laboratory result.
And how was the remediation completed in this instance?
After the inconsistent answer was identified by my technical leader, we had a verbal discussion about why I came to the conclusion I did. To be more specific, each item had 2 samples. One of the samples for item 4, I determined as being a human hair without a root, when in fact the root was present. We had a discussion on how I came to that conclusion, and then she mounted that hair back on the microscope, and we discussed different ways that I could have come to the correct conclusion.
And during that remediation process, were you permitted to continue to perform casework during that time?
Yes, I was. I was permitted to continue to perform casework in hair and fiber identification. However, I was temporarily asked to not perform technical reviews of my peers' work on hair and fiber identification.
And was prior casework that you had completed evaluated to verify that the previous reports were issued correctly?
Yes, they were.
And what was the determination in regard to that?
No previous casework was affected by this error.
And have you since completed additional proficiency tests in hair and fiber identification?
Yes, I did.
And what were the outcomes of those subsequent proficiency tests?
Those were successfully completed without needing any additional remediation.
As far as the remediation was concerned, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what what the issue was and what that remediation process looked like again?
Sure. So I received 4 items in hair and fiber identification. Each item was told that they came from the same source. Item number 4 consisted of 2 items. One was a hair with a root. The other was also a human hair with a root, but I had said the root was absent. That was due to the fact that I didn't see anything like that under the microscope. It was something that was new to me. My technical leader reviewed that hair with me under the microscope. She showed me various characteristics, such as a loss of scale pattern and the soft appearance of the root, which I thought was damage. Because we had this discussion and I agreed with the different characteristics that she showed me, she then gave me several hairs, both with damage and with roots, so that I could basically continue to understand the difference of what I was looking at. Once she looked at all my notes and agreed with everything that I had done, she then issued me an additional test to demonstrate my continued competency in this.
Now, how many criminalistics cases have you processed over your time at the lab?
Over 1,000.
And how many scenes have you processed in regard to your work with the crime scene response unit?
I responded to approximately 150 scenes, 80 of which I was the lead investigator on.
And how many exams have you completed with regard to motor vehicles?
Approximately 65.
Now, if I could ask just a general question as far as blood testing is concerned, how is it that you test for blood?
Normally I would test for blood by locating a visible red-brown stain or an area that may contain blood. I perform a screening test, which is not specific to blood, but other items may also come up positive for screening tests. If that screening test is positive, I go on to perform a confirmatory test.
And as far as the screening test is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do in performing that screening test?
The screening test is a 2-step process. I take a cotton swab, which I apply sterile water to. I take that cotton swab and apply it to the area that I would like to test, and then I add my 2 chemicals to the swab. Depending on what type of screening test I perform, there'll be a color change, either blue or pink for blood.
And with regard to the confirmatory test, can you explain to the jury sort of what does that consist of?
If the screening test is positive, I'll go on to perform a confirmatory test, or again, a cotton swab is applied to the area of interest, or I may take a cutting depending on what the substance is. I then add a chemical to that cutting or swab, and then the liquid portion is added to a test card, something similar to a COVID, if you've taken a COVID test or a pregnancy test. The liquid is spotted at one end of the card and it flows up the strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative.
And through your training experience and work with the lab, are you familiar with a term called QLIM or QLIM?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what QLIM means or how it's applied in you?
QLIM stands for quantity limited, which means that the sample, if it's being sent forward to DNA, would not be able to be divided in 2. Typically, we divide each sample going forward to DNA into 2, one to be tested in our DNA unit and one to be preserved for future testing. If an item is deemed QLIM, it means that that item, the entire item will be used up in the DNA processing.
Now, Ms. Harden, if I could turn your attention to February 2nd, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
And on that date, were you dispatched to the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
I believe it was approximately 9 a.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, beyond yourself from state police or other sort of personnel was present at the Canton Police?
Trooper Proctor, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Clark from Crime Scene Services Unit.
And at some point subsequent to that, were there other members of the state police that arrived in that area as well?
Yes.
And was one of them a reconstructionist named Trooper Paul?
I'm not sure what the name was. I do know that the reconstruction team did come on after I arrived.
Now, where within the Canton Police Department were you directed to go, or where did you go?
I was directed to the Canton Police Department garage.
And when you got to the garage, what specifically did you observe there, and what, if anything, were you asked to do?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And did you then examine that black Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
and you made certain observations of that. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, with respect to your observations that you made of the black Lexus SUV, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes, I took notes as I was examining it.
And you mentioned Trooper Clark as well. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And is he from the Crime Scene Services section within the State Police Lab?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was he doing with reference to the black Lexus while you were making your observations or while you were conducting your work?
I believe he was taking photographs. I don't know any other, I don't know what else he performed while he was there.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a 3-page document. Just ask you to look at that after you finish. Do you recognize that document, ma'am?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's, it looks like diagrams that I had taken at the scene. However, it appears to be missing some information.
So as far as the notes that you took, they're not memorialized?
Could stand at the podium, please. Thank you.
Ms. Hartnett, you had taken notes on those diagrams when you were at the Canton Police Station in the garage?
Yes, I did.
And that diagram that you have before you does not contain those notes, is that correct?
That's correct.
But as far as the diagrams that you had before you and that you were taking notes on, those are the diagrams or a form of those diagrams?
Yes, that's correct.
And contained on that is certain information related to the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Includes the make, the model, license plate number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just read from that form as far as what you recorded as far as the make, the model, and the license plate number.
The make is a Lexus. The model is LX570. The year was 2021. The registration is Massachusetts 3GC684. The VIN number is JTJF1AX1M434347. The exterior color is black. The interior color is tan. The registrant is Karen Reed, and the exam location was Canton PD Garage.
May I approach Jan, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also seek to introduce and admit as an exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
Ms. Hartnett, with reference to the diagram that you took notes on, do you have a copy of that with you today?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take that out just to, as far as the testimony related to the diagram.
Okay.
And with the court's permission as well, I would ask if we could display what's now been marked as 137 on the screen.
Yes.
And Ms. Hartnett, before you, I believe, on that desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
Just click on the button there and point it at the screen if I or anyone asks you to do so with reference to the screen. So, Ms. Hartnett, with reference to what's up on the screen, the top of that first page of the diagrams, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what you observed and what, if anything, you made note of in reference to your observations of the black Lexus on February 2nd.
In my notes, I had the vehicle was in overall good condition, and there was damage noted on the rear passenger side area. So that's not viewable in this particular diagram.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the bottom.
So in this area here.
as far as the damage that you noted in the right rear passenger area, what was it specifically that you noted?
I noted there was a dent.
Yeah, don't read from there. What did you note?
There was a dent in the trunk door. There were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next page, please. Now, from the diagrams that are up on the screen right now, page 2 of what's been marked as 137, if you could, using that later point, direct your attention to each of those observations you made and where they were in relation to the document.
Yes. The damage to the dent, the rear door was in this area. The broken tail light was here, and then there were some scratches on the rear bumper as well.
Now, in addition to scratches on the rear bumper on the area of that lift gate in the back, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of within that area of the bumper?
I observed an apparent hair on the rear quarter panel about here, and I also noted some pieces of glass on the rear bumper. Excuse me, I want to say apparent pieces of glass.
Now, as far as that word, when you say apparent human hair on the rear bumper, why that terminology? Why do you call it that at that stage when you're in the garage and you're making these observations?
At that time, I noted that it was an apparent hair because I had not done any microscopic observation of the hair.
And subsequent to that, did you do that microscopic examination of the hair that you observed in the rear area of that Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And where was that performed?
That was performed back at the lab.
So that item was secured by yourself, taken back to the lab, and examined microscopically?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with reference to what you termed as the apparent glass on the rear bumper, similar to the apparent hair, why is it that you use that terminology when you're making those observations of it in the garage?
I did not have any confirmation that it was glass. We refer to it as apparent glass and preserve it for the trace unit.
And when you say reserved it for the trace unit, if you could, this in general terms, describe to the jury what the trace unit is and what is it that they do as far as their analysis in relation to what you do.
Certain items will be examined in the trace unit for identification. So the criminalistics unit does not perform glass identification. That would be done in the trace unit. They would also, they also will look at other items such as plastic and hairs, but I'm not comfortable going into the analysis that they perform. I don't have the details on that.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the third diagram within that. And again, Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is that what you have before you as the third diagram?
Yes.
Or the third page of the diagram. And what, if anything, of significance did you note in this area of the diagram?
I noted the items that were located within the vehicle. There were some boxes on the back seat of the vehicle. There was also a package in the vehicle and some clothing and miscellaneous items in the trunk.
Now, as far as the items that were contained within the trunk, how high up were they? Let me ask you this. As far as the rear window of the trunk area, was there anything obstructing that?
I don't recall at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can, excuse me, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you initially a set of 18 photographs. Just ask you to generally look at those, and I'm just going to ask you, generally speaking, if you recognize what is contained there. And ma'am, do you, generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of the black Lexus SUV that I examined at the Canton Police Department.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the black Lexus on that date of February 2nd?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll offer to speak for the minutes of next exhibits.
No objection.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't mean to.
So Madam Court Reporter needs to.
I understand. So all I'm asking, Your Honor, is if I may approach just to show a couple more photographs while the court reporter is recording so that the witness may review them.
Okay.
Are we done?
If anyone speaks before I'm done, it won't be on the record. It's 138 to 155.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, with court's permission.
So, Mr. Lally, you really need to keep your voice up, and the witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs that have now been marked for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with 2498. Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is a picture of the license plate of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2499. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the front end of the Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, 2500. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen as this exhibit 140?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize within this photo?
It's the exterior of the Lexus SUV.
And as far as this is inside of the garage of the Canton Police Station, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the vehicle, is this a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the garage looked like when you were there that day on February 2nd?
Yes.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gillen, 2501. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And which part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
Looks like the front passenger side of the Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2502. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes.
And which side of the vehicle are we looking at this point?
The driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2505. And do you recognize what's in this photograph, Ms. Harden?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this?
That's the rear driver's side of the black Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2506. Do you recognize this as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this?
That's the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
As far as the caution tape that's up and around the vehicle, is that something that was around the vehicle at the time that you first came into the garage?
Yes, it was.
Now, from this photograph 2506, which is exhibit 145, using the laser pointer before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to the damage that you were talking about, or where you observed that located on the vehicle.
There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2508. So looking now at what's been marked exhibit 147, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a little. Now, with reference to the damage that you were talking about that may have been blocked by the caution tape in the prior exhibit, do you see that in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observed that damage.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Now, Ms. Hartman, as far as crime scene response is concerned, when you're doing this kind of examination of a motor vehicle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and what is it that you're doing over the course of your examination?
I complete an overall visual examination of the vehicle, noting any damage or anything that stands out that should be recorded. I then look for any stains or material that is on the vehicle, specifically any transfer that could have been left behind by a victim.
And as far as making those observations, what, if anything, do you then do with regard to those observations that you made from the visual inspection?
I'll then perform testing on any stains that I did note or any areas of interest, and then collect anything that needs to be collected.
Now, with respect to this vehicle and this examination, what is exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in a hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material.
And what, if any, information were you given upon arrival to the Canton Police Department in regard to that vehicle?
I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard.
And did you perform any testing with relation to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what was that testing that you performed?
I performed blood screening on the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on each side of the tire flap, as well as the edge of the bumper and the exhaust pipe.
And what were the results of that testing that you performed there in the garage?
Those were negative.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect while you were either from the vehicle or from any other source while you were at the Canton Police Station that day?
I collected the apparent glass from the rear bumper. I collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear door. I also collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear bumper, as well as the apparent hair from the rear quarter panel, and I collected the taillight housing from the vehicle.
And turning away from that just for a moment, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 2512. And Ms. Hartman, direct your attention up on the screen. What's been now been marked as exhibit 150. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, of significance in relation to items collected or items that you observed, do you observe in this particular photograph?
I observed the apparent glass on the rear bumper.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2515. And again, up on the screen, what's now been marked as exhibit 153. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Now, as far as that area that you were talking about where you recovered, which you termed initially in the garage as an apparent human hair, do you see the location of that within this photograph?
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on the area right next to the rear tail light?
Gentlemen, if you could.
To the best of my recollection, it was in this area.
Now, as far as areas where you observe certain items or where damage is indicated or observed by you, is that later marked in some fashion?
I note the damage in my notes.
But as far as on the physical item itself, is that marked in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, I'll use stickers to indicate areas that I would then refer to back in my notes.
So that second set of photographs that I placed before you when the stenographer was marking those exhibits, do you generally recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
These are pictures of the interior of the black Lexus SUV.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce in a minute. These, just 4 photographs as the next exhibits.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, please.
$156 to $159.
I'll take those. Thank you very much. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury as well.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2521. Ms. Harden, again, direct your attention to the screen. Do you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 156?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the driver compartment of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have Ms. Gilman photograph 2527.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with counsel?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
So, Ms. Harden, direct your attention to the screen, photograph 2527, that's now been marked as Exhibit 157. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in that photograph, ma'am?
It's the front seat area of the black Lexus SUV.
And specifically, as far as the center console area of that vehicle, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed inside the vehicle on February 2nd?
Yes.
And lastly, from this packet, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2535. And Ms. Harden, it's 2535, which has now been marked as Exhibit 159. Do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior of the trunk of the black Lexus SUV.
And is that fair and accurate portrayal of the interior of the trunk as you observed it in the Canton Police Department garage on February 2nd?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing another series of 9 photographs. Again, I just ask you to look at those and look up when you're finished. But really, what I'm going to ask you is, do you recognize what's depicted in those? And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those 9, that set of 9 there?
These are pictures of the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also introducing Nick as the next 9 exhibits.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson?
None, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lally, you really have to keep your voice up.
I'm sorry?
You really have to keep your voice up.
I apologize, Your Honor.
It's 160 through 166 line. I'm sorry, 167. 68. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish portions of this for the jury as well?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2539. Sergeant, what's up on the screen is photograph 2539. That's now been marked as exhibit 160. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Now, as far as the damage that you observed from the broken taillight, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to that, or what's visible of that in this photograph.
This area here is the broken tail light.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, 2540. Now exhibits 161. Again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe, if anywhere in this photograph, damage to the right rear passenger tail.
There's damage in this area here to the rear tail light.
From the damage that you observed, it essentially wraps around from both the back and from the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2554. And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as photograph 2554, exhibit 165?
Yes, I do.
And talking before, earlier in your testimony, about some stickers or some sort of evidentiary marker that you would put on an item that you're examining, correct?
Correct.
And do you see any of that in this photograph here?
Yes, I do.
And could you direct the jury's attention using a laser pointer to where you observed that and what, if any area of damage or what that's denoting?
There's a sticker here, and I know you can't see it. I don't know if you can zoom in. There's a letter on the sticker, I believe it's A, that denotes that there's something there that I was going to collect. And right next to that sticker here is the apparent hair that I noticed.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2558. My apologies, 2556. And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize anything in this photograph in regard to something that you had marked?
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that placard. Okay. And Ms. Hartnett, in this photograph, what, if anything, is depicted that you denoted something to sort of collect or further examine at a later?
There's pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another series of 4 photographs. If you could just move those, look up on your fin. And you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is the rear passenger exterior right below the tail light on the Lexus SUV.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Come up to speak and introduce and give us the next exhibits.
No objection.
Exhibits 169 to 173.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photographs to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2573. Ms. Sergeant, again, photograph 2573, what's now been marked as Exhibit 169. You recognize what's depicted in this?
Yes, I do.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the area of the rear passenger side of the vehicle just below the tail light.
And Ms. Gilman, if I get past sort of towards the top center of that photograph, if you could zoom in on that area. Ms. Hartnett, do you observe another sort of sticker or placard that you place in that area?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
I'm sorry, I can't see what the letter is on it, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
If I could ask Ms. Gilman.
So, Mr. Lally, when you put your head down to read, your voice goes down considerably. We can't get a recording of your voice, so you need to speak up.
Understood. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2576. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to the two areas up on that, if you could zoom in that area. I'm sorry, first on the one below. Ms. Hartnett, can you see better there as far as what the sticker is and what you had noted there?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you had noted in that particular area?
I noted there were scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the one above. Thank you. Also within this Exhibit 172, there's another sticker further upward on the vehicle. What, if anything, did you note or observe in that particular area?
In that area, I noted the apparent hair.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another series of photographs of this asking the same question. If you could take a look at those and asking if you recognize generally what they are.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll call will introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
No objection.
Thank you.
173 to 186 now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask to publish some of those photographs to the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2558. Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's contained in photograph 2558, exhibit 173?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle of the screen. And again, Ms. Hartnett, what is depicted in this photograph?
That is a picture of the apparent hair I noted in the area.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2561. And for the record, this is exhibit 176. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle there. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the damage I noted on the rear door.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witness? I'm showing you a series of 3 photographs. Those are when you're finished. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of the taillight housing back at the lab.
And what's contained in that, those 3 photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the taillight housing once you had removed it and taken it back to the lab?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off to seek to introduce the minutes and next exhibits.
No objection.
Thank you.
$187 to $189.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, Ms. Hartnett, before we get to those photographs, I do have a few questions. So it makes no difference to me, but I think we can turn the light back on. Thank you, Mr. Officer. Now, as far as the collection of that evidence that you collected from the vehicle specifically, how was that evidence collected? And again, you've received training in regard to collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the collection of evidence that you did in this case, was that in conformity with that training and experience that you have?
Yes, it was.
And so how did you collect those pieces of evidence from the vehicle on that particular day?
It depends on what the item was, the taillight specifically, is that what you're asking about?
Well, first let me ask as far as the hair, and then I'll move on to some other items if that's all right. So as far as the hair was concerned, how was that collected?
I would have collected the hair with tweezers, put it in a glassine envelope, and then put that into a larger manila envelope.
And as far as those steps that you take, as far as the collection is concerned, what are some of the concerns for that, or why is it that you take those steps?
Prior to touching any evidence, I would put on gloves. I'm not sure in this case whether I used disposable tweezers or reusable tweezers. If I used reusable tweezers, they would have been bleached prior to my using them to prevent contamination.
And so each of those sort of steps that you take in your collection process, is that fair to say that it's in an effort to combat contamination?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the paint chips or the paint standards from the vehicle, how did you collect those?
Those would have been collected with a disposable scalpel. I use it to scrape off pieces of paint from the vehicle, which are then put in a glassine envelope and a larger manila envelope.
And as far as the pieces of glass from the bumper area of the vehicle, how were those collected?
I collected those with gloves. I may have used tweezers. I don't recall at the time. But again, if I used tweezers, I would have used bleach tweezers or disposable tweezers.
Now, as far as that taillight assembly was concerned, how was that collected, or what, if any, issues did you have with regard to collecting?
I removed the taillight. Once I had the taillight housing in my possession, I did have trouble disconnecting it from the vehicle, so a police officer on scene did help me disconnect it from the vehicle so that I could properly package it.
And as far as what exactly was it that that officer helped you do, or what, if anything, did he do?
I believe he just removed, helped undo the wires that were in the back of the taillight so that I could properly hold it and didn't have to place it down anywhere.
So you had two hands on the taillight as he was performing that, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I did.
And as far as the area of the taillight that you were holding, you were wearing gloves, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as that area that you were holding with your two gloved hands, did that officer touch any area of that part of the taillight?
Not to my recollection, no.
And do you recall whether or not that officer was wearing gloves himself when he disconnected that wiring?
I don't recall.
Now, as far as once you removed that taillight from there, what, if anything, did you do with the taillight there?
I put it into a brown paper bag and then transported it back to the lab, where I then properly secured it in a box with added cushion from additional paper to ensure that no additional damage was done.
Now, with respect to your time at the Canton Police Station, were you presented with any additional evidence by any officers from the Canton Police?
Yes, I was.
And what were those items?
I was presented with a broken drinking glass that was reported to have been recovered from the scene at 34 Fairview Road. I was also presented with several Solo cups filled with frozen red-brown stains.
Now, starting with the drinking glass, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the drinking glass?
I packaged it in a brown paper bag.
And with regard to the cups with red-brown stains contained within, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I allowed the cups to thaw, and then I took 2 sterile swabs, like something similar to a Q-tip, and collected a sample from the red-brown stains in those cups.
And then what, if anything, after you took the swabbings from those Solo cups, let me ask first with regard to the Solo cups, what were done with those?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So after you took the swabbings from the red cups, what, if anything, was done with the red cups?
I returned those to the Canton Police Department to store as they saw fit.
And as far as the swabbings that you took, what did you do with those?
I secured those in a glassine envelope and a large envelope, and then transported those back to the lab.
Now, after your examination on scene, you returned back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what items of evidence did you examine first in this case in the laboratory?
I examined the apparent hair from the vehicle as well as the broken taillight.
Now, starting with the examination of the taillight, well, let me ask, in general terms, when items are taken by you back from any kind of scene or any kind of place that you're processing, and you bring them back to the lab, what is it that you do with them when you get back to the lab?
When I get back to the lab, I ensure that they're packaged properly, that they're sealed, and they're stored in the appropriate location within the lab. I also enter them into our laboratory information management system so that from that point forward, those items can be tracked throughout the lab.
Now, each of those, now when you come in with sort of a case, is there some sort of number or something that's associated with the case when you first sort of generate that?
Yes.
And do you recall the case number that you assigned or was assigned with regard to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And what is that case number?
The case number at the lab was 22-2184.
Now, with regard to each specific item of evidence that's taken back to the lab and logged in, what, if any, numbers are assigned or associated with those particular pieces of evidence?
Each piece of evidence is given an independent lab item number.
Now, with respect to the taillight, that was labeled as 3-1, is that correct?
That's correct.
So with respect to item 3-1 or the taillight, can you explain to the jury the examination process that went into that?
Sure. I prepped my workspace by spraying it down with a 10% bleach solution. I also sprayed down any reusable utensils that I would need to use. I then applied a piece of butcher paper to protect the lab bench and prevent contamination. I would put on gloves, my lab coat, and mask before I examine any item of evidence. And then I took photographs of what the packaging looked like and then photograph of the piece of evidence itself.
And then from that specific item, did you perform any testing on that item?
No, I did not do any testing on the item.
And why not?
I was, due to the case history, there was no visible red-brown stains on the item, as well as the fact there was a very limited surface area for me to sample from. In addition, I was informed that the car had been towed through a blizzard. So given the fact that there was potentially very limited material on the taillight, if any type of testing that we do would remove additional material. So I made the conservative decision to take a swabbing of the item and send it forward for DNA.
And as far as that swabbing of the item for DNA purposes, can you explain sort of what the process is or how that's done?
Yes, we use a polyester swab, which is a flat spatula-shaped swab. I apply sterile water to the swab and rub the exposed areas of the taillight. And then that swab dries before it's packaged and sent to DNA.
Now, with the court's permission, could I publish for the jury what's now been marked as Exhibits 187 through 189?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 8970. Now, Ms. Hart, directing your attention to what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 187. Again, do you recognize what's depicted in there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the taillight that I removed from the black Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 8971, next photograph. What's now up on the screen is Exhibit 188. Again, do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted there, and what, if anything, is, in addition to the taillight, what, if anything, are you?
That is the taillight from the black Lexus SUV from a different angle. I am holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
And lastly, photograph 8972, Exhibit 189. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what we're looking at, perspective-wise, and what, if anything, you're doing in this photo?
That is the back side of the taillight, and again, I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Sorry, just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, from your initial response to the Canton Police Department, you secured a number of different items from the Canton Police Station that day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those were labeled subsequently as items 3-1 through 3-13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-6, that was the apparent hair, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in reference to your analysis with regard to the hair, that QLIM term that I asked you about before, QLIM, what, if any, significance did that terminology have to your examination of the hair?
Per protocol, all hairs that will go forward for DNA are considered QLIM, meaning that the entire sample will be used up during testing.
And with regard to item 3-6, the apparent hair, can you explain the examination process or what it is that you're doing with reference to that piece?
Yes. I take the apparent hair and I mount it on a glass slide using deionized water. I then put the slide under a microscope, and I'm looking for certain characteristics to determine if that piece of material is a hair or fiber or some other unknown material.
And as far as your examination is concerned in that microscopic analysis, what are some of the things or what are some of the characteristics that you're trained to look for that you observed in this specific instance to give you that determination that it was a human hair?
On the exterior of the hair, there'll be scales, and depending on those shape, it can help you determine whether or not the hair is an animal hair or a human hair. Human hair have imbricate scales, which look like overlapping shingles with a wave-like edge. That is what I observed on this hair. In addition, the internal characteristics of the item are looked at. Running through the center of a hair is a medulla, which is a channel. Animal medullas and human medullas look different in that human medullas will have sort of an amorphous shape, which means they don't really have any shape at all, whereas an animal medulla will have distinctive, or can have distinctive patterns within them. Also, the size of that medulla or channel that runs through the center of a hair in a human hair is approximately 1/3 the entire width of the hair, where in animals it may be much larger than that.
Now, as far as based on your examination of this particular item, this hair, what, if any, opinion or what, if any, determination did you come to in regard to that item that you examined microscopically here?
I determined the hair was consistent with a human hair with a root.
Now, as far as that item was concerned, was there any measurements that were done in reference to that?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall what the measurements were or what the length was?
I'd have to refer to my notes if that's possible.
Or may the witness refer to her notes just in reference to that?
The hair was approximately 7/8 inches long.
Now, with regard to item 3-6, the hair, did you perform any testing on that?
No, I did not. I did not perform any testing.
And why not?
The only type of analysis done on hairs in the criminalistics unit is a visual microscopic examination.
So where did the hair go from there?
At that point, I cut the hair into two pieces, one end that contains the root and then the remaining end of the shaft. The root end went to our internal DNA unit.
Now, it may be pretty well understood, but when you say root end versus shaft end, can you explain to the jury what you mean by those sort of descriptions?
The root end is the end that would have been attached to the scalp, and the shaft end is just the remaining outer portion of the hair.
And how is it that you're able to determine sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end?
Through the microscopic characteristics under the, that I viewed.
Now, with reference to that item 3-6, the hair, were any decisions made in regard to what testing could or would be performed on those samples?
Yes, based on the criminalistics protocol, the root end of the hair would be tested internally in our DNA unit, and if potential testing needed to be done on the shaft end, that would be sent out to an external lab.
And do you know why that is?
We don't perform that type of DNA testing at our lab.
And that's something, are you familiar with the term mitochondrial DNA testing?
I am familiar with it, but I don't really have a full understanding of it.
But as far as your understanding is the type of testing that would have had to been sort of sent out to an external vendor, that would be, the type was mitochondrial?
Yes, that was my knowledge at the time, yes.
Now, at some point, did you have a conversation with regard to examination of the remaining items in this case sometime in May of 23?
Yes.
And what was discussed?
It was discussed that I would examine the clothing and some of the other items for biological testing.
And specifically, there was an item 7-18, which was a gray sweatshirt attributed to Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, from that, as far as sort of an additional analysis or an examination of those clothing items, what is it that you were doing and what is it that you were looking for as regard to your examination of the clothing items?
I examined the item for biologicals. In this case, I was looking to determine if there was any blood present on the item. I also did damage analysis of various areas on the sleeve and the front and back of the item. I also took a trace collection from the item and additional DNA samples for that, additional skin cell collection samples from the item.
Now, starting first with, as far as that specific item, 7-18, the gray sweatshirt, what, if any, observations in general did you make when you examined it?
There were red, brown, and brown stains on the item. There was damage from the top of the shirt to the bottom of the shirt, as well as across each sleeve of the shirt. I also noted additional damage on the right sleeve.
Now, each of the areas of damage that you observed, similar to what we saw with the vehicle, were those areas marked as well?
Yes, I marked each of those areas that I was going to do further analysis on with a number.
And there were essentially 13 different areas on that sweatshirt that you had marked, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, just showing you a series of 6 photographs, and again asking you to look at those and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the photographs I took of item 7-18, the long sleeve gray shirt.
And those are sort of the preliminary or overall photographs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll move the seat to introduce and admit as the next six exhibits. No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 190 through 195.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Harden, before I turn to these, I just had one follow-up question. And you had been talking about, or testifying about, sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end of the hair. You had mentioned that the root end is typically something that would be attached to the scalp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be in reference to a hair that comes from someone's head, correct?
Yeah, well, not necessarily. We don't perform body origin identification.
And so to that point, as far as the root end of the hair that was attached to the body at some point, whether it's the head, an arm, a leg, you don't know where?
Correct, I do not.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish some of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9789. Ms. Harden, I'm putting up on the screen now what's been marked as Exhibit 190. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the photograph I took of item 7-18. It is the exterior front.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9790, the next photograph. And what's up on the screen is Exhibit 191. You recognize that as well, Ms. Harden?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior rear of item 7-18.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 9791. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 192?
Yes, I do.
And, can you explain to the jury what that is?
That is the interior front of item 7-18.
And lastly, not lastly, for this purpose, photograph 9792. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen is Exhibit 193?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior back of item 7-18.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9795. Again, Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 194?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior front of item 7-18, and it also contains markers that I placed on the item to note areas of damage.
And the next photograph would be Ms. Gilman 9796. If you could zoom in on that one. Now, Ms. Harden, what we're looking at here, that's the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of item 7-18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, starting with some of the 13 different areas that you labeled, this starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, and goes up through 9, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Partner showing you another series of photographs. Just ask if you could review those, look up when you're finished. Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are close-up photos of the areas of damage 1 through 5.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come on, to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Before we begin, Madam Court Reporter, Your Honor, if I may approach just to show the next series of photographs.
Okay.
It's 196 through 205.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9811. With respect to what's up on the screen, Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 196?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is an area of damage that I noted as Area 1 in my notes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, photograph 9812, the next one. Again, Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 197?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to this, what are you doing here?
That is a close-up photo of the same area of damage, Area 1.
And that has some measurement that you're taking with reference to the size of that damage, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you do that respectively with each of the respective areas that you noted on each of the garments that you examined?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9813. Again, this is Area 2, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9815. Again, what's up on the screen is Exhibit 200. You recognize this as what now?
That's a photograph of the Area 3 that I noted.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9817. Now, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 202, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And is that the number 4 area that you noted on the right arm sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9819. And what's up on the screen is Exhibit 204. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And again, what is depicted in Exhibit 204?
That's the area of damage number 5 that I had in my notes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
The photographs that I placed before you while the stenographer was marking the prior exhibits, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe for the jury, sort of generally speaking, what's depicted in those, ma'am?
These are close-up photos of areas 6 through 11 that I noted on the long sleeve gray shirt.
And may I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce as the next exhibits.
No objection.
And if I may approach the witness just to present with another set.
Okay.
Exhibits 206 through 217.
Thank you.
And so, Ms. Hartnett, what's contained in these photographs now been marked as Exhibits 206 through 217. Those essentially sort of the same close-ups and then a close-up with a measurement that the jury just saw in regard to what you had marked as 1 through 5.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is just 6 through 11 on that same area in the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the photos that I just placed before you a moment before, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the areas of damage 12 and 13 on the rear of the sweatshirt.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come up and seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Okay, just place these before the witness.
Through 221.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish these photographs for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9837. And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 218?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the exterior back of the gray sweatshirt.
And the items marked that you labeled as 12 and 13, are they depicted on that?
Yes, they are.
And if you could, using a laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to where 12 and 13 are.
Is it possible to zoom in on the numbers? I can't read them from here. So there's area 2 and area 12 and area 13.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9838. Exhibit 219 up on the screen, is that just a closer image of those areas you marked as 12 and 13? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the other photographs that I had placed before you when the stenographer was marking those, do you recognize in general terms what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are additional pictures of the sweatshirt in which I've also made some notations of areas that need further testing.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Call off the seat. Introduced and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
If I may, Your Honor, just place these before the witness.
It's 222 through 230.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Harder, before I get to what's now been marked as Exhibit 222 through 230, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to damage that you noted on this item or really any item. What is the process that you would go through as far as classifying damage to a clothing item?
I look at the macroscopic characteristics of the area of damage, and then I also examine the area of damage underneath the microscope.
And so what would lead you to make that sort of classification as far as something is damaged?
I look at the overall shape. I also look at the fiber ends. For instance, a tear will have rough fiber ends and possibly separation of the weave of the fabric, or a cut, you have even ends without any fraying.
Now, are you able to tell from your examination of those fibers and of those clothing materials sort of what caused those tears and cuts?
No.
Now, are you familiar through your training experience with something called an ALS or an alternate light source?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and what, if any, use it had to you in this case?
An alternate light source is a light that uses a different wavelength that enables visualization of some biological fluids that can't be seen necessarily with the naked eye. On this particular shirt, I did use the alternate light source.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you used that?
I used that light source around those areas of damage to determine if there was any biological fluids that were fluorescing. The ALS did not show any stains in that area.
Now, with regard to what you had labeled as sort of tears or cuts 1 through 9 that you noted, did you do any additional testing or collecting specifically from those areas?
I collected 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas of damage.
And why did you do that?
It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident. So I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog DNA on that area.
Now, is that kind of testing, as far as canine testing or animal testing, is that something that you're lab at the State Police Crime Lab is accredited or authorized to do?
No, we do not do that type of testing.
And is that sort of sent out to an external vendor then?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that something that you had done on any prior cases or any previous situations where you had collected items and sent it out to a specific lab for animal testing?
I did consult once with an external lab on taking those types of collections, but this is the first time I've collected and actually sent something out for that type of testing.
And specifically in this type of testing and in this case, what lab were those items sent out to?
We use the UC Davis Veterinary Lab in California.
And as far as prior to collecting or prepping or doing anything as far as collecting samples from that, who, if anyone, did you talk to, or what, if any, direction did you receive in regard to collecting those samples?
I'll allow it.
I emailed Terry Kuhn, who is one of the analysts at the clinic, who aided me in how best to collect the sample for their lab.
And what you were directed to do as far as collection, packaging, and shipping, was that at the direction of the UC Davis lab?
Yes, that's correct.
And you performed those functions in conformity with what Ms. Kuhn told you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to those items, did you note, with regard to the clothing items, as far as the gray sweatshirt was concerned, did you note any stains on those areas? On that clothing item?
Yes, I did note stains in those areas.
And then what, if any, testing was done on those stains that you observed?
Can you be more specific what stains you're referring to?
So what I'm specifically referring to is the items on the gray sweatshirt, item 7-18, as far as any stains that you observed on there. Again, sort of moving on from what you had collected for the UC Davis lab, but in other areas of that item. Well, let me actually first turning back to that. So the item that we were talking about as far as where you collected stains from that were sent off to the UC Davis lab, which item were they collected from and where on that item were they collected?
I collected 2 swabs from the areas around the damaged areas on the right sleeve. I wasn't necessarily taking them from any stains. I did use the ALS to determine if there were any stains there, which I did not visualize. So I was doing that for potential saliva collection from that area.
And thank you for the clarity. I think that was me confusing as far as the questions go. So turning away from that area as far as the collection for the UC Davis lab, in addition to that, what, if any, stains did you observe on that article of clothing 718, the gray sweatshirt?
I also observed numerous red-brown stains on that item of clothing.
And so with regard to those red-brown stains, what, if any, testing was done on those stains?
On each of those stains, I performed a blood screening test as well as a blood confirmatory test.
And are those the same sort of initial testing screening test you were talking about before, and then the confirmatory test?
Yes, that's correct. A different screening test was used in the lab than was used at the scene due to a protocol change, but essentially it's the same mechanism.
And was that with respect just to the gray sweatshirt, or were there other items of clothing of Mr. O'Keefe's that you tested with the screening test in the lab and a confirmatory test in the lab as well?
I examined other items of clothing as well.
Now, if I could bring your attention back to what's now been marked as Exhibits 222 through 230. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have photograph 9841. And what's been marked as Exhibit 222. Again, you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And with reference to your observations of the red-brown stains on that clothing or any other item of clothing, similar to the tears or cuts or the damaged areas that you observed, were those areas similarly marked with some sort of sticker?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it sort of the same linear path as far as numbering, or is it lettering, or how do you denote those?
For the red-brown stains on this item, I use letters.
Starting with A and then sort of going through it, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, photograph 9842. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be red-brown stain A that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9843. And what's up on the screen, which has been marked as Exhibit 224, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are red brown stains B and C that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9844. What's up on the screen now is Exhibit 225. Those are stains that you labeled B, C, and F, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's just sort of a holdout version of that to denote where B and C were located on the sweatshirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9846. And what's now up on the screen is Exhibit 227. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on those stickers. And Ms. Harden, if you recognize what's up there on the screen as Exhibit 227.
Yes, I do.
And these are two other stains that you noted as far as D and E on the same item.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, ma'am, with reference to the other photographs that I think you still have before you that I gave you when the stenographer was marking the last batch, do you recognize generally what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt that was told was belonging to John O'Keefe.
And what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the orange T-shirt was concerned in your lab that day?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm welcome to seek to introduce the witness. The next exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I can read these here.
Exhibits 231 through 241.
Thank you. Mr. Lally, we have a few minutes before lunch. Do you intend to display some?
I think maybe.
If you do it quickly. Do it now.
Okay.
If you're not, we'll take a break. Jurors, we're going to take the luncheon break.
That's fine.
I'm going to see Counselor Tagler, please. Please.
All rise for the court, please.
After a week off, jurors in the high-profile Karen Read case are back in the courtroom. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. I'm Paula Eben. The jury is on a break right now, and so far, they've heard from two people today, a member of the Massachusetts State Police Department and a forensic expert, as both legal teams focused on the physical evidence in the case. Now, Massachusetts State Police Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara took the stand first. He has been with the department for 22 years, and for 14 years, has been in the Special Emergency Response Team. He arrived at the scene where John O'Keefe was found dead about 12 hours after O'Keefe's body was found. This is what he told jurors.
In blizzard conditions, we've really never done evidence searches like this. We've done missing person searches we've gone out to, but for evidence searches, nothing like this. Something, if a scene could be secured, we really wouldn't respond in a situation like this unless we really needed to. Yeah, Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim in this case was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of tail light in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items. As soon as we found anything deemed as evidence, we stopped our search efforts until they were documented by Lieutenant Tully. I found multiple pieces of red and clear taillight. They were on the street in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Now, this is the evidence O'Hara is referring to, collected from the crime scene at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, which they say is part of the defendant's Lexus, which prosecutors say is debris from when Karen Reed allegedly hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle. A forensic expert also took the stand.
There was a dent in the trunk door, there were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight. There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
Before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observed that thing.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Now, with respect to this vehicle in this examination, what is exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in a hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material. I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard. It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident, so I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog DNA on that area.
Now, is that kind of testing, as far as canine testing or animal testing, is that something that your lab at the State Police Crime Lab is accredited or authorized to do?
No, we do not do that type of testing.
Now, she also told jurors that she'd collected red-brown stains from the sweater John O'Keefe was wearing when he was found unresponsive. As you can see, the sweater has a lot of brown and red stains on it, as well as some rips and holes. Hartnett was the last person to take the stand before jurors went on break. They will return later this afternoon to continue testimony. And when testimony resumes, you can continue streaming the Karen Reed trial here on CBS News Boston. Jury selection begins today in a cold case murder trial in Boston. Back in 1988, Judy Chamberlain was found dead in the basement of the old Fargo building on D Street in what is now the Seaport. In 2011, a DNA sample linked Richard Vega to the crime, but it took prosecutors more than a decade to collect enough evidence to move forward with the murder case. Vega has been in prison for the last few decades for a separate rape case, and because the state successfully argued he was a sexually dangerous person. Mashpee police need help locating this teenager who they say is missing and endangered. Aaliyah Canton was last seen on Saturday on Cape Drive. If you have seen her or have any information, police do want to hear from you. 3 people are now facing charges in connection with the shooting of a woman in Brockton this weekend. 27-year-old Jonathan Alves is facing several charges, including assault and battery and assault to murder. 26-year-old Naldo Barbosa and 42-year-old Allison Correa Castro both face ammunition charges. The shooting happened on Falconer Avenue just before 2 a.m. on Sunday. Police say one woman was shot in the chest and was taken to the hospital. We don't have her name or an update on her condition. Let's turn to weather now as we begin the first full week of June. It is picture perfect out there, just beautiful. Let's get the latest forecast now with meteorologist Jacob Wyckoff.
What an afternoon ahead of us. We've really cleared out the clouds. Temperatures reflecting the sunshine, especially inland, away from sort of coastal influences. We're at 80 in Bedford, 81 in Fitchburg, 70s along the coastline. Importantly, we do have some dry air that's in place. It's not overly humid. Dew points have returned to the 50s across eastern Mass, but still in the low 40s through central Mass, through Worcester County. So still a fairly comfortable air mass in place. And as I mentioned, we've thinned out the clouds very nicely. Just a few clouds as you go south and east of town. Batch of clouds through parts of Worcester County. We're going to enjoy the sunshine as long as we can. We do have another round of clouds that will develop tomorrow morning. I don't expect there to be any issues as far as squeezing out raindrops, perhaps some fog, maybe a little drizzle, but overall it's just a cloudy start to the day. We're going to flip the switch once again and clear those out heading into tomorrow afternoon before Wednesday does turn partly to mostly cloudy. So it plays out like this with our hour-by-hour forecast. We're back into the upper 70s and low 80s for our afternoon highs. We do build some clouds as we go into the overnight, and eventually the fog will be around for tomorrow. For today, inland is where we'll see the warmest temperatures. Along the coastline is where we remain cooler with that sea breeze. Now, we do have a lot to talk about in our extended forecast, including our next chance for rain towards the end of the week. Those details coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thanks so much, Jacob. 2 women were stabbed to death in Springfield. Just before 11:30 Sunday morning, Springfield police found 3 people stabbed in a home on Marion Street. 2 women died at the scene. A man is now in the hospital with serious injuries. Police did take another man into custody, but there's no word on a motive. Police are investigating a stabbing in Jamaica Plain. A man bleeding from his neck and arms reported to police that someone had stolen his scooter. It happened about 9 o'clock Saturday night on Washington Street. Police say they followed the man's bloody trail to a parking lot near Atherton Street, where witnesses told them there had been a fight. The victim is expected to be okay. Police in Lowell are investigating a crash. Police say a vehicle traveling on Varnum Avenue went off the road, hit a tree, and rolled over. The driver was ejected. The woman was flown to a Boston area hospital, but no word on her condition. One sick call derailed the entire weekend plans for hundreds of people. The Steamship Authority had to cancel multiple trips on its high-speed ferry from Hyannis to Nantucket on Sunday. According to the Steamship Authority, a boat pilot called in sick, but then that forced the cancellation of all 4 round-trip ferry rides on the only high-speed boat. The agency employs 30 boat pilots, but says they were unable to find a pilot to cover the call-out, blaming staffing shortages. Well, this is a problem that has plagued the agency for several summers, but the Steamship Authority's general manager tells WBZ the company has been working to try to fix the problem with new recruiting initiatives. The Steamship Authority does have freight and vehicle ferries, but those trips take 2 hours and 15 minutes versus just 1 hour. One Nantucket local resident says he's worried that island workers may struggle this summer without reliable service.
For the people who are getting over there and commuting, and typically they're looking to be on the fast boat or the Highline fast boats.
Well, the agency employs 30 boat pilots in all, but says they were unable to find a pilot to cover this call out, blaming it on staffing shortages. And this has been a problem. And the problem for this summer is that they will not be able to add ferry service because they don't have the manpower to handle it. The U.S. Postal Service is asking dog owners to secure their dogs when mail carriers are making deliveries. Nearly 6,000 postal employees reported incidents involving dog attacks in the last year. The Postal Service has launched a new national dog bite awareness campaign. It is a reminder to owners to keep dogs on a leash inside the house or behind a fence and away from doors that they can easily open. A new report by Security.org finds 52 million Americans are victims of credit card fraud in the past year. According to the report, about 60% of cardholders were victimized at least once, and 45% experienced credit card fraud multiple times. Some tips to prevent becoming a victim: subscribe to spending alerts, enable multi-factor authentication, and review your credit card statements regularly. A new beginning for a church community in Spencer. As Paul Burton shows us, the parishioners are preparing for a new home 1 year after a fire had destroyed their church.
Laughter, joy, and a sense of hope.
We stand with the ashes.
On Sunday, dozens gathered at the site of what was the First Congregational Church of Spencer. A year ago, this church went up in flames and was destroyed after being struck by lightning.
1 year exactly. I think the lightning struck around 2 o'clock, so that's why we decided to do it at 2 o'clock today.
The service was held on the old basketball court right next to where the 160-year-old church stood.
Been in the community since 1744. Yes, it has burned down once before and rebuilt.
The church was a staple in the community. a common meeting spot for AA meetings, Girl Scout gatherings, and of course, weekly services. Through song and prayer, members were happy to return and reflect on its rich history and how important it is to rebuild.
This is a day of hope. The Spencer Church feels called to be engaged in mission in this community. There are things that we were doing, and there are more things that I think might be here to help people in the community.
For the past year, these members have been gathering at the First Congregational Church of Leicester, a church they partnered with actually before the fire. But now it's been a year, and it's time to look to the future.
We are still here. We're still a beacon on the hill for the community, and that we're moving forward.
Church officials are working with architects to come up with a new design and cost for the new church that will have a community-based focus.
We do have some insurance money, but I'm not sure it'll cover everything.
Yeah.
And so our hope is that people will be able and willing to offer whatever contributions they can to help us with this.
It would give me a place to be called home again.
We're a big community, so it's the same people. We have the same feelings. We just miss our church.
And Spencer, I'm Paul Burton, WBZ News.
Coming up after the break on CBS News Boston, let the countdown begin as the Celtics get ready to face the Dallas Mavericks in Game 1 of the NBA Finals this Thursday. What the players are saying ahead of their matchup and the final leg of the special. As we talk about our next weather forecast, it's the first full week of June. Pretty good commute as we look toward the Emerald City, and no June gloom around here. It is beautiful. Here is meteorologist Jacob Wyckoff.
What a beautiful afternoon ahead of us. We have blue skies. We have just a few clouds that are around. We've really thinned out the clouds from this morning, and temperatures are definitely reflecting the amount of sunshine that we're getting. Temperatures inland is where we're seeing the warmest, away from that coastal sea breeze influence. We're in the low 80s in Norwood and Bedford, low 80s in Fitchburg, upper 70s into Worcester. A little bit cooler for the Cape and Islands, mid to low 70s. So our weather headlines look like this. We have some increasing sunshine. We are slightly muggier than we were over the weekend. It was a beautiful weekend for sure. We're going to stay dry and mild pretty much all week until we get into Thursday and Friday, and that's where we could see a good soaking rain move through, kind of changing around our air mass a little bit. We'll get to that in just a minute, but right now it's all about that clearing sky that we have overhead. There are some clouds off to our west, some showers moving through the south of us, but high pressure is definitely dominating the conversation for today. Now, tomorrow morning, there will be some clouds that arrive for your morning commute. Certainly some fog, drizzle perhaps along the coastline. These will take a little while to kind of burn off, and I do expect the coast to remain on the cooler side compared to the last couple of days. Now, heading into Wednesday, we will see partly to mostly cloudy skies for at least part of the day. That southerly wind will help to boost us back into the 80s heading into Wednesday afternoon. So today, upper 70s, low 80s, a little bit cooler, mid to low 70s for the coastline. Tomorrow, after a cool start in the 50s, in the mid to upper 50s for most of us, we're back into the 70s and even upper 60s for the coastline, getting closer to parts of Middlesex County, Worcester County. That's where we obviously lose the coastal influence. We're back into the low 80s for your Tuesday. So we have a wide range of temperatures, but importantly, we remain dry, so our pollen levels will remain on the higher side. It's not until we get into Thursday that we start to get that good soaking rain that we need to give us a nice little bath to wash out all the pollen that is stuck to pretty much everything. That's what we see on our futurecast. By the time we get into Thursday, we're going to have this batch of showers, downpours, perhaps even a storm to roll through the area. So if you're heading to the Cape or Islands, I think Tuesday and Wednesday, if not this afternoon, remain pretty good. Thursday, we start to see the rain moving on in. Our 7-day forecast looks like this. Upper 70s, mid 70s for Tuesday. After any morning clouds, we will see some sunshine. Wednesday, a mixture of sun and clouds. Thursday into Friday, we will see some showers. And then at the moment, looking like we'll clear up for at least part of the weekend after some morning showers on Saturday. So there's a check of your 7-day forecast. Back to you, Paula.
Thank you, Jacob. Basketball fans are getting ready to take over the Garden this week as Game 1 of the NBA Finals is set to kick off between the Celtics and Mavericks on Thursday night. 4 seems to be the magic number for the Celtics. They are 4 wins away from banner 18, but guess who's standing in the way? The Celtics had a little downtime after beating the Pacers, and they've been back in the gym working through their 10-day break. This is a more experienced team than the group that lost to Golden State 2 years ago, and they are thankful for this chance.
Obviously, we've been there before. We came up short, and, great opportunity to make it to the finals again. You don't always get a second chance, so really just looking at it as a second chance and trying to simplify things as much as we can. It's another series that we got to win.
Well, down in Dallas, the Mavs got back to work yesterday, their first practice since wrapping up the West Crown last week. The Celtics and Mavs have only played twice this season. Boston won both games, the first game by 9, the last one by 28.
I feel like they're an amazing team. They've been on the top 3 teams in the league the entire year. They can shoot 1 through 5. They're an amazing team. They have a lot of weapons that they can use on the floor. So we're just going to be able to try to be able to understand when they're going to use their weapons and when we can try to use their weapon against them.
Well, the Celtics have grabbed all the attention lately, but pretty soon that spotlight is going to return to the Red Sox. The Red Sox record right now, 500, 30 wins, 30 losses, and yesterday they lost to the Tigers at Fenway 8-4. This despite a strong game from Rafael Devers. He had an RBI triple in the 3rd and a solo home run in the 8th to tie the game at 4. In the bottom of the 9th, the Sox were looking for a walk-off win. Springfield native Jamie Westbrook pinch hit, making his major league debut after 11 years in the minors. With his family cheering from the stands and his teammates also cheering from the dugout, Westbrook did his part, drawing a walk to load the bases, but he was stranded there. The bullpen gave up 4 to Detroit in the 10th, and that was it. Tigers take it 8-4. The Red Sox host the Braves at Fenway tomorrow night. First pitch is at 7:10. Today marks the start of the final leg of the Special Olympics Massachusetts Torch Run. This year, a team of 14 people, including both athletes and law enforcement officers, will take part. Today, the team makes stops in 4 different locations, including the Red Sox Foundation and the Dorchester Boys and Girls Club. They'll continue making visits around the state until Friday, when they'll bring the torch to the opening ceremonies at Harvard Stadium. Still ahead here on CBS News Boston, meet a 7-year-old boy from Hopkinton who is now a national chess champion. Well, that is 11-year-old Tara from Andover. She is Lego's newest mini master model builder. Tara was crowned the winner of the Lego Discovery Center Boston's competition this weekend with her build, Derby the Lego horse. She was presented with a Lego trophy, and now she heads to the national competition, where she will need to build a Lego creation based on the Boston area. Good luck, Tara. Well, she's not the only young champion in our area. A Hopkinton first grader is a national chess champion. WBZ's Laura Hafley shows us how this 7-year-old won the title.
The king only moves 1 square forward, 1 square diagonal.
He's the king of the chessboard, a national champion, and he's only 7 years old.
And you have to try to capture other people's pieces.
Hopkinton first grader Devansh Valenki is the 2024 National Elementary School champion, K through first grade, after going undefeated at the Columbus, Ohio tournament, beating 147 players, the major award making him one of the top chess players in the U.S.
Any player can come from any state. You get trophies, money, and medals.
And he has more medals than he has years on Earth, stacking the hardware, learning as much as he can while climbing the chess ranks.
You're technically like learning more stuff about the brain, and it gets more logical thinking in it.
Valenki travels the country facing off against the best players in the U.S. of any age, so I challenged him to a match. You've played people older than me though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to play against me?
So how old are you?
I'm 100 years old.
That's not true.
I am. I'm 100.
No.
I was moving a little slow, so he set a timer. Protocol for competitive chess games.
Should I put 10 minutes?
10 minutes is probably enough time.
Okay. Some things take long, some very short.
Or if you're me, he'll beat you in 4 minutes.
Checkmate.
His love for the game started when he was 4 years old. His parents taught him the basics, but quickly realized he had a gift. Now he's encouraging kids to love the game too.
Chess is the most popular game in the United States.
In Hopkinton, Laura Hafley, WBZ News.
Well, thank you for streaming. After a week off, jurors in the high-profile Karen Read case are back in the courtroom. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. I'm Paula Eben. The jury is on a break right now, and so far, they've heard from two people today, a member of the Massachusetts State Police Department and a forensic expert, as both legal teams focused on the physical evidence in the case. Now, Massachusetts State Police Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara took the stand first. He has been with the department for 22 years, and for 14 years, has been in the Special Emergency Response Team. He arrived at the scene where John O'Keefe was found dead about 12 hours after O'Keefe's body was found. This is what he told jurors.
In blizzard conditions, we've really never done evidence searches like this. We've done missing person searches we've gone out to, but for evidence searches, nothing like this. Something, if a scene could be secured, we really wouldn't respond in a situation like this unless we really needed to. Yeah, Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim in this case was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of tail light in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items. As soon as we found anything deemed as evidence, we stopped our search efforts until they were documented by Lieutenant Tully. I found multiple pieces of red and clear taillight. They were on the street in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Now, this is the evidence O'Hara is referring to, collected from the crime scene at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, which they say is part of the defendant's Lexus, which prosecutors say is debris from when Karen Read allegedly hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle. A forensic expert also took the stand.
There was a dent in the trunk door, there were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight. There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
Before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observed that thing.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Now, with respect to this vehicle in this examination, what is exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in a hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material. I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard. It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident, so I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog DNA on that area.
Now, is that kind of testing, as far as canine testing or animal testing, is that something that your lab at the State Police Crime Lab is accredited or authorized to do?
No, we do not do that type of testing.
Now, she also told jurors that she'd collected red-brown stains from the sweater John O'Keefe was wearing when he was found unresponsive. As you can see, the sweater has a lot of brown and red stains on it, as well as some rips and holes. Hartnett was the last person to take the stand before jurors went on break. They will return later this afternoon to continue testimony. And when testimony resumes, you can continue streaming the Karen Read trial here on CBS News Boston. Jury selection begins today in a cold case murder trial in Boston. Back in 1988, Judy Chamberlain was found dead in the basement of the old Fargo building on D Street in what is now the Seaport. In 2011, a DNA sample linked Richard Vega to the crime, but it took prosecutors more than a decade to collect enough evidence to move forward with the murder case. Vega has been in prison for the last few decades for a separate rape case, and because the state successfully argued he was a sexually dangerous person. Mashpee police need help locating this teenager who they say is missing and endangered. Aaliyah Canton was last seen on Saturday on Cape Drive. If you have seen her or have any information, police do want to hear from you. 3 people are now facing charges in connection with the shooting of a woman in Brockton this weekend. 27-year-old Jonathan Alves is facing several charges, including assault and battery and assault to murder. 26-year-old Naldo Barbosa and 42-year-old Allison Correa Castro both face ammunition charges. The shooting happened on Falconer Avenue just before 2 a.m. on Sunday. Police say one woman was shot in the chest and was taken to the hospital. We don't have her name or an update on her condition. Let's turn to weather now as we begin the first full week of June. It is picture perfect out there, just beautiful. Let's get the latest forecast now with meteorologist Jacob Wyckoff.
What an afternoon ahead of us. We've really cleared out the clouds. Temperatures reflecting the sunshine, especially inland, away from sort of coastal influences. We're at 80 in Bedford, 81 in Fitchburg, 70s along the coastline. Importantly, we do have some dry air that's in place. It's not overly humid. Dew points have returned to the 50s across eastern Mass, but still in the low 40s through central Mass, through Worcester County. So still a fairly comfortable air mass in place. And as I mentioned, we've thinned out the clouds very nicely. Just a few clouds as you go south and east of town. Batch of clouds through parts of Worcester County. We're going to enjoy the sunshine as long as we can. We do have another round of clouds that will develop tomorrow morning. I don't expect there to be any issues as far as squeezing out raindrops, perhaps some fog, maybe a little drizzle, but overall it's just a cloudy start to the day. We're going to flip the switch once again and clear those out heading into tomorrow afternoon before Wednesday does turn partly to mostly cloudy. So it plays out like this with our hour-by-hour forecast. We're back into the upper 70s and low 80s for our afternoon highs. We do build some clouds as we go into the overnight, and eventually the fog will be around for tomorrow. For today, inland is where we'll see the warmest temperatures. Along the coastline is where we remain cooler with that sea breeze. Now, we do have a lot to talk about in our extended forecast, including our next chance for rain towards the end of the week. Those details coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thanks so much, Jacob. 2 women were stabbed to death in Springfield. Just before 11:30 Sunday morning, Springfield police found 3 people stabbed in a home on Marion Street. 2 women died at the scene. A man is now in the hospital with serious injuries. Police did take another man into custody, but there's no word on a motive. Police are investigating a stabbing in Jamaica Plain. A man bleeding from his neck and arms reported to police that someone had stolen his scooter. It happened about 9 o'clock Saturday night on Washington Street. Police say they followed the man's bloody trail to a parking lot near Atherton Street, where witnesses told them there had been a fight. The victim is expected to be okay. Police in Lowell are investigating a crash. Police say a vehicle traveling on Varnum Avenue went off the road, hit a tree, and rolled over. The driver was ejected. The woman was flown to a Boston area hospital, but no word on her condition. One sick call derailed the entire weekend plans for hundreds of people. The Steamship Authority had to cancel multiple trips on its high-speed ferry from Hyannis to Nantucket on Sunday. According to the Steamship Authority, a boat pilot called in sick, but then that forced the cancellation of all 4 round-trip ferry rides on the only high-speed boat. The agency employs 30 boat pilots, but says they were unable to find a pilot to cover the call-out, blaming staffing shortages. Well, this is a problem that has plagued the agency for several summers, but the Steamship Authority's general manager tells WBZ the company has been working to try to fix the problem with new recruiting initiatives. The Steamship Authority does have freight and vehicle ferries, but those trips take 2 hours and 15 minutes versus just 1 hour. One Nantucket local resident says he's worried that island workers may struggle this summer without reliable service.
For the people who are getting over there and commuting, and typically they're looking to be on the fast boat or the Highline fast boats.
Well, the agency employs 30 boat pilots in all, but says they were unable to find a pilot to cover this call out, blaming it on staffing shortages. And this has been a problem. And the problem for this summer is that they will not be able to add ferry service because they don't have the manpower to handle it. The U.S. Postal Service is asking dog owners to secure their dogs when mail carriers are making deliveries. Nearly 6,000 postal employees reported incidents involving dog attacks in the last year. The Postal Service has launched a new national dog bite awareness campaign. It is a reminder to owners to keep dogs on a leash inside the house or behind a fence and away from doors that they can easily open. A new report by Security.org finds 52 million Americans are victims of credit card fraud in the past year. According to the report, about 60% of cardholders were victimized at least once, and 45% experienced credit card fraud multiple times. Some tips to prevent becoming a victim: subscribe to spending alerts, enable multi-factor authentication, and review your credit card statements regularly. A new beginning for a church community in Spencer. As Paul Burton shows us, the parishioners are preparing for a new home 1 year after a fire had destroyed their church.
Laughter, joy, and a sense of hope.
We stand with the ashes.
On Sunday, dozens gathered at the site of what was the First Congregational Church of Spencer. A year ago, this church went up in flames and was destroyed after being struck by lightning.
1 year exactly. I think the lightning struck around 2 o'clock, so that's why we decided to do it at 2 o'clock today.
The service was held on the old basketball court right next to where the 160-year-old church stood.
Been in the community since 1744. Yes, it has burned down once before and rebuilt.
The church was a staple in the community, a common meeting spot for AA meetings, Girl Scout gatherings, and of course, weekly services. Through song and prayer, members were happy to return and reflect on its rich history and how important it is to rebuild.
This is a day of hope. The Spencer Church feels called to be engaged in mission in this community. There are things that we were doing, and there are more things that I think might be here to help people in the community.
For the past year, these members have been gathering at the First Congregational Church of Leicester, a church they partnered with actually before the fire. But now it's been a year, and it's time to look to the future.
We are still here. We're still a beacon on the hill for the community, and that we're moving forward.
Church officials are working with architects to come up with a new design and cost for the new church that will have a community-based focus.
We do have some insurance money, but I'm not sure it'll cover everything. Yeah. And so our hope is that people will be able and willing to offer whatever contributions they can to help us with this.
It give me a place to be called home again.
We're a big community, so it's the same people. We have the same feelings. We just miss our church.
And Spencer, I'm Paul Burton, WBZ News.
Coming up after the break on CBS News Boston, let the countdown begin as the Celtics get ready to face the Dallas Mavericks in Game 1 of the NBA Finals this Thursday. What the players are saying ahead of their matchup. And the final leg of the Special Olympics, Massachusetts Torch Run, kicks off today. The stops the team will be making. As we talk about our next weather forecast, it's the first full week of June. Pretty good commute as we look toward the Emerald City, and no June gloom around here. It is beautiful. Here is meteorologist Jacob Wyckoff.
What a beautiful afternoon ahead of us. We have blue skies. We have just a few clouds that are around. We've really thinned out the clouds from this morning, and temperatures are definitely reflecting the amount of sunshine that we're getting. Temperatures inland is where we're seeing the warmest, away from that coastal sea breeze influence.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9862. Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 231?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph I took of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt, and it's the exterior front.
And Ms. Gilman, 9863. And again, Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 232?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the exterior back of item 7-17.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9867. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on sort of the upper right portion of that where the stickers are. Now, Ms. Hardy, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 233?
Yes, I do.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to any items that you, or any areas of this shirt that you marked on.
I marked 3 specific red-brown stains using these stickers and letters A, B, and C.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to keep the zoom in, but go to the bottom left of the photograph. And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, within this zoomed-in portion of Exhibit 233, could you, using a laser pointer, could you draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted there?
I noted red-brown stain D, which I marked with the sticker, and D on the bottom right.
Last name, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9873. And Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is now been marked as Exhibit 239. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the upper left portion of the photograph. And again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted there.
I noted this specific red-brown stain, and I marked it E.
Thank you. And Your Honor, similarly, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked now as Exhibit 242 through 249.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9878. Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention of the screen with now been marked as Exhibit 242. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph of the exterior front of the jeans with the belt, item 7-1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9887. And as you testified before, similarly to the other clothing items that you testified about, did you mark off certain items of interest or areas of interest on this item as well with respect to the jeans?
Yes, I did.
And is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9888. And if you could just zoom in, just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And again, Ms. Harden, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to those areas that you noticed or that you marked off in respect to this.
I marked off red brown stains A, B, C, D, and E on the front of those jeans.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant, showing you another series of client photographs. If you could just review those. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of the sneakers items 7-3 and 7-4.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibits.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, with reference to the sneakers and sort of the other clothing items that you received, do you recall how or where or when it was that you received each of those respective clothing items? Or how the lab did, you know?
They were received by the lab from the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And as far as the sneakers being labeled with two different stickers, do you know why that was?
One of the sneakers was recovered from 34 Fairview Road, and one of the sneakers was recovered from the hospital.
Now, with reference to the photographs that I've just placed before you, have you had a chance to look at those?
These ones here?
Yes.
No.
If you could. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are the fingernail clippings that were submitted for John O'Keefe
And do you know where they were submitted from?
by the Norfolk County Detective Unit.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'll call them up and see if you introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
Okay. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with respect to each of those, I'm not seeking to publish those to the jury at this time. So,
Okay.
Court officer.
The lights back on, please.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, with respect to those stains on the gray sweatshirt, the orange T-shirt, and the jeans, what, if any, testing was done with respect to those stains?
A screening test was performed on each of the red brown stains on those items. I'm sorry, did you say the sneakers? Could you repeat what items you're speaking of?
With respect to each of those respective clothing items, what, if any, testing was done with regard to any stains you observed on those items?
For the sweatshirt, the T-shirt, and the jeans, I saw visible red brown stains, which I screened for blood. The majority were also, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood. There was one stain on the orange t-shirt, however, that was too small to perform that confirmatory test. So for that instance, I noted that the stain was quantity limited, and I preserved it after the positive screening test instead of performing a confirmatory test in order to preserve enough material for any DNA analysis. As far as the sneakers, given their dark color, I did not see any visible red-brown stains on the black area of the sneakers, so I used an alternate light source to aid in visualizing any potential blood on those sneakers. With that alternate light source, I tested several stains on the sneakers, one of which screened positive for blood.
Now, with respect to the other clothing items that you were talking about doing the screening test and the confirmatory test for blood, with respect to the gray sweatshirt, the orange t-shirt, and the jeans, what were the results of that screening test and that confirmatory test that you ran with regard to each of those things?
The screening test and the confirmatory test were positive.
Now, beyond the stains, did you take any additional samples from those items?
Yes, I did.
And what were those and how was that done?
For each of the items, I picked up any loose trace material, which would be hairs and fibers or apparent hairs and fibers that were adhering to the item. I also did a scraping and swabbing for a skin cell collection of the unstained areas, and that involves taking a sterile scalpel and swabbing the areas of the clothing that don't have any visible stains on them, and then taking 2 cotton swabs and swabbing that same area, and then combining those scrapings and swabs for potential DNA analysis. In addition to those, I also took a scraping of each of the materials, and that involves taking the item, using something like a flat metal spatula, and scraping down whatever adhering materials left on the item into a glassine packet.
And as far as those items, once they're collected from the material or from the clothing, what do you do with them from there?
Each of those items is given its own item number. It's a sub-item of the overall larger number used to mark the item, and those are sent to the appropriate units for additional testing.
And as far as preservation is concerned, when it comes to sending something to either the trace unit or the DNA unit, what, if any, steps are taken in regard to preserving those items once they're removed from the clothing and sent off to the other units?
Each of those items would be preserved according to protocol. They are sealed properly, initial and dated with my initials and date. They're entered into our LIMS system, so those sub-items could then be tracked throughout the laboratory, and they're stored in the appropriate storage unit.
Now, at some point, did you also receive items that were labeled as 3-2 and 3-3?
I submitted those when I returned from the original scene.
And what were those, ma'am?
Those were pieces of glass from the bumper and a drinking glass from the crime scene.
Now, did you examine those items?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, examination did you do, and what is it that you were looking for in your examination?
I did a visual examination, and I took photographs, and then I also took a collection from each of the items.
And did you do any testing on those items?
No, I did not.
And what kind of samples did you collect from those items?
I took potential skin cell collection using a swab moistened with sterile water.
And as far as the samples that you took from, as well as the items themselves, what, if anything, did you do with reference to those once you were done with your examination?
The swabs were preserved for testing in the DNA unit, and the original items, the apparent pieces of glass and the drinking glass, were preserved for the trace unit.
And as far as those preservations were concerned, is that similar to the preservation process you were describing earlier with regard to the clothing items?
Yes, that's correct.
So both Mr. Lally and Ms. Harnett, you have to keep your voices up, or we have to turn the air conditioning off.
Understood, Your Honor. I may have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hartnett, you responded to Canton Police Department. A lot of your testimony was about what happened in the Sally Port, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked if you responded to the Canton Police Department on February 2nd, and most of your testimony was predicated on that date, you going over there and doing some visual observations, as well as some removal of items and some other testing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it February 2nd or was it February 1st?
May I check my notes?
I'd appreciate it if you did, yes.
My apologies, that was my error. It was February 1st.
Okay. So everything that you testified to, you only went once.
Yes, that's correct.
So everything that you testified to having taken place on February 1st, we should assume it was actually on February 2nd, we should assume it was actually February 1st, the one time you were there.
Yes, I was there one time.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the Sally Port? And I apologize, I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to keep my voice elevated, so just so you know.
Understood.
It's not my normal speaking voice. You were dispatched at the behest of one of the Massachusetts State Troopers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The Detective Bureau specifically, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Trooper Proctor more specifically, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Trooper Proctor, you knew at that time to be the lead detective, the person that was in control of the investigation.
May I check my notes who I wrote down as the lead investigator at that
If it
time?
would refresh your recollection, sure. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Yes, I was told on scene that Trooper Proctor was in charge of the investigation.
All right. Now, while you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to just do an overview of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Obviously, that was important given the limited information that you had at that time about a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
So you were looking for anything that would rise to a level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Hence your review and notation of certain scratches on the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Which may or may not have anything to do with the incident, but you noted it anyway, correct?
I did not draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from.
Okay, you just took the words right out of my mouth. My next question. The dent that you noted and photographed, you made no conclusion that that occurred as a result of a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
The scratches, and I'm just going to go through a couple of them. The scratches that you denoted and had photographed, you made no conclusions about that having anything to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
Even the broken taillight, at that point, you made no conclusions or drew no scientific conclusions about that having anything at all to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
You did, however, look for tissue, human tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the car itself. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
In that review, I think you testified that you saw nothing that suggested the transfer of human tissue to the vehicle, correct?
I did not see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were scratches on one of the extremities of John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Were you shown a photograph of those scratches to assist you in your visual review or examination of that vehicle?
Not at that time, no.
To this date, have you seen a photograph of his arm and the injuries to his arm?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, if I may, if we have it, could I display for the jurors and for Ms. Hartnett Exhibit 19?
Is this the one that's covered a bit? Okay. Yes.
Your Honor. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of scratches previously, correct?
Yes, I've seen a photo containing
Okay,
something
and that's
similar.
consistent with the photo that you've seen since your visit to the Sallyport on February 1st, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Was there anything in your, by the way, did you look at all around the vehicle 360 degrees?
Yes, I did.
Did you look toward the top of the vehicle as well as toward the bottom of the vehicle?
I did not examine the roof of the vehicle. I did not examine the roof of the vehicle.
Understood. Did you examine the undercarriage of the vehicle?
I did look at the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And you know what I mean when I say undercarriage?
Yes.
Could you explain for the jurors what you mean when you use the word undercarriage?
The parts that normally you would have to see by, bending over or laying underneath the car to view what's underneath the vehicle.
That would include the frame and the axle and the drive shaft, transmission, things of that nature.
Yes, I'm not confident in all the terminology of the undercarriage, but yes.
Did you see anything that was suggestive of or consistent with the pattern of injury that you see to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I wouldn't say I'm qualified to make any kind of pattern determination in what would match the injuries on his arm.
So the answer to my question is, as you sit here, you made no observation of anything on the SUV that matched these injuries, correct?
I wouldn't be. Sorry.
Go ahead and answer that.
I wouldn't be able to testify from that from memory. I don't have a photograph of the undercarriage, nor did I make any kind of conclusions about that at the time.
Okay, understood. And you didn't take any, I'm sorry, the swabs and samples that you did take variously on the car all came back negative for human tissue, et cetera.
The testing that I did on scene from the various areas of the undercarriage, which I mentioned before, the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, and the exhaust pipe, screened negative for blood.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, can we take this down?
I'm just going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor. On February 1st, 2002, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle itself, you also mentioned that you took swabs of what you believe to be blood evidence contained in 6 solo cups, correct?
Yes, I noted those as frozen red-brown stains in red cups.
Were those solo cups in any way labeled among themselves? In other words, solo cup 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't believe they were, but I don't have a photograph of that, so I'm not 100% sure.
You did not thereafter label those solo cups. If they hadn't been done beforehand, you did not undertake that to label those solo cups, correct?
No, I did not label them.
Did you, how did you take those swabs? Was the swab done in one solo cup, or did you take a swab from all 6, or how did you take those swabs that you ultimately did take?
I took those swabs from one solo cup.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups you were going to take a swab from?
I don't recall exactly how I chose which cup. It was reported to me that those cups came from the same area of red-brown staining, so I assume, you make an assumption that they're all related. It came from what I was told, it came from one area of red-brown stain at the scene.
And you, of course, know as a forensic criminalist that blood stains can contain multiple contributors, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know, as you sit here, which blood stain found at the scene related to which solo cup in the bag, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain, but I was not there.
From the same scene or?
Stain, excuse me. It was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain.
Okay. If they, in fact, were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing that as you sit here.
That's correct.
And ultimately, once you did take that swab from that single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of that blood evidence?
I left that with the Canton Police Department.
Was there any of the swab, by the way, I should ask this, I've been saying swabs. Was there one swab taken of that one solo, from that one solo cup, or were there multiple swabs taken?
There were 2 swabs taken.
Of those 2 swabs, did you seek to do DNA testing, or was DNA testing done on either one of those or both of them?
DNA testing was not done on those swabs.
So as we sit here now, there's been no DNA confirmation of what the who that blood relates to, I should say.
There was no testing done on it at all.
And so therefore, we would not know if there were multiple contributors to those stains or that swab that you took from that single solo cup.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, the remainder of all of that solo cup, as well as all the other 5 solo cups, was retained by Canton Police, at the Canton Police Department, in the control of the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't know who was in control of it once I returned it to the Canton Police Department.
Who did you return it to at the Canton Police Department? Whom, I should say.
I believe I gave it to a Canton police officer. I don't know which officer that was.
Michael Proctor was at the Sally Port at the time that you were doing your examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Did he not take control of it himself?
Not that I saw. I don't know who took control of them once I was done with my collection.
They have, you just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Going back to some of the damage that you did note on the vehicle, that vehicle looked like it had been driven to a certain degree, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I'm not. If you could clarify the question, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Terrible question. Let me try it again. That vehicle was not a vehicle that had clearly just come off the showroom floor and had not been in use, based on your examination.
I don't think I am qualified to make that kind of decision.
It looked like there was some normal wear and tear on the car.
Other than the specific items that I pointed out earlier, the dent and the scratches, the exterior was in overall good condition. So I can't say specifically if it was driven other. I don't think I can make that conclusion unless you want to rephrase the question.
You didn't have any reason to believe that car was in any other condition than it had been owned and driven by somebody, right? Or could you make that conclusion?
I don't think I can make that conclusion.
So it could have been an absolutely brand new, right off the showroom floor car?
I guess I don't have any understanding of what could have happened to it in the showroom. I'm not sure I understand the line of questioning.
Why don't we move along?
Fair enough. I guess what I'm asking is, did you've done some damage analysis in the past, obviously. This was not your first rodeo, right?
I don't do damage analysis of some vehicles.
Okay. Did this car look like it had reasonably normal wear and tear on it? That's my question.
I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
Okay. Ultimately, the right rear taillight housing was removed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you the person, Ms. Hartnett, who actually used the tools to remove that taillight, be it screwdrivers, wrenches, anything else?
No.
Okay. Who was that actually did that work?
It was a Canton police officer that had entered the garage, and as I was removing it, he offered to help. He said he knew how to basically take it out of the housing, which at that point I was not sure how I would do that.
Okay. I'd like to show you an exhibit that you'd been shown just a few minutes ago before the lunch break, 187, with the court's permission.
Okay.
Does that look like the same housing that you removed from the SUV, or you saw being removed from the SUV?
Yes, that is the taillight housing that I submitted to the lab from the garage.
Ultimately, there was a swab taken, you mentioned on direct examination, of that taillight somewhere on the housing, correct?
Yes, I took a swab from that taillight.
Where exactly did you take that swab from?
I took it from the outer exposed areas, which would have been on the outer side of the vehicle. So I did not take it from the internal, what would have been the internal portion of the taillight when it was intact.
Can you point with a laser pointer exactly where you swabbed that taillight housing?
Sure. Is there a way that, can it get zoomed in just a little bit so I can differentiate the silver in the front? I'm having a little trouble.
Is that zoomed in enough, or do you need more?
I believe so. I can start. So I took it from the red area here that would have been exposed. And then if we could zoom in a little bit more just on this front area so I can differentiate between the internal structures and the external.
Was it one swab?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you swabbed multiple areas with one swab and then submitted that?
Yes.
So you don't know, as you sit here, where, if any DNA was detected, where that DNA may have come from?
No, that's correct.
Other than the general housing altogether?
Yes, so then just to finish your previous question, I did,
sorry, I didn't mean to-
that's okay, it's just I couldn't see it. So this area here, which would have been the external portion of the tail light, so the areas I did not swab were any areas that would have, when the tail light was intact, been protected by the outer plastic housing of the tail light.
Is your testimony, Ms. Hartnett, that what you just pointed to was the exterior portion of the tail, that bottom left?
No, just this piece of plastic here is the exterior, the exterior piece of plastic.
And you swabbed that area as well as other areas on the exterior, like the red upper right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As you swab that, the DNA test does not differentiate where you swab, just that you swabbed, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was all one swab, one collection.
Got it. So we can't define whether the DNA was to the upper right, on the outside of the lens, or some other place that you pointed to.
That's correct.
And of course, you're familiar with touch DNA, et cetera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Touch an item, walk away, sweaty palms. Good likelihood I just left some DNA on this podium, correct?
Yes, you can transfer skin cells by touching an item.
Thank you. We can take that down with the court's permission. Sure. You also indicated that you collected glass from the rear bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Yes, I have it as a parent glass, but yes.
As a parent glass, fair enough. You labeled that as item 3-3, and it was 5 pieces of glass labeled A through E, right? A, B, C, D, E. Is that
May I look at, may I refer to my notes?
with the court's permission?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm just unfamiliar with the lettering A through E. I don't believe I have that in my notes. If you could refer to the document that you have.
Is it possible that, and this is just ignorance on my part, is it possible that once you submitted that for further testing, somebody else may have labeled those individual pieces A through E? You did not?
That's possible. I did not label them A through E.
Okay, got it. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. As a matter of fact, you labeled it as quantity 1, correct? On an evidence submission form?
In the LIM system, that's correct. Each item is, that quantity value is only used for specific things. So when I submit something as one item, it doesn't matter how many pieces it actually is. It's just, I'm submitting it as one item.
So in other words, one group.
That's correct.
But it's, so we're clear, and I want to make sure that these numbers are crystal clear. In that group, under 3-3, there were 5 pieces of apparent glass that you recovered, correct?
I don't have the exact number in my notes, and honestly, it's difficult to tell from my picture, so I don't want to say that I saw 5 pieces of glass.
Did you not annotate that somewhere, that you recovered 5 pieces?
Again, I have a photograph of it, but it's difficult to see on this printed page, so I didn't specifically write 5 pieces anywhere.
Okay, well, okay, then let me see if I can do it this way. Instead of pitching, let's catch. The person that you submitted it to would have annotated exactly what the grouping was that you submitted to try to be accurate.
I'm the one that initially, after the item was sent to fingerprinting, then I examined the item, but I didn't write down exactly how many pieces of glass were present. I just took a photo.
And as you sit here, you don't recall necessarily how many pieces you took off that bumper.
Correct, and the quality of the photo does not allow me to see that at this point.
Okay, let's take a look at that photo. With the court's permission, this is Exhibit 168. Can we show that, display that? And if we could, Mr. Bates, with the court's permission, can we zoom in on the area a little bit bigger than that? Capture all of the blackness there. Zooming in at this point, and I would ask you, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this photo? It's zoomed a little bit. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you caused to be taken at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022?
I believe it was February 2nd, right? Did we, or it's February 1st now? We agreed it was February 1st. My apologies. Yes, on February 1st, I did request that photo be taken of the apparent pieces of glass.
Okay, and can you, I know you can't see necessarily every piece. Can you use your laser pointer and point to a piece?
Sure.
Okay, got it. So that's the largest of the pieces, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's correct that none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper. They weren't dug in and stuck into that hard plastic, correct?
No, I do not have that. I do not have that notation that they were embedded, just they were on the bumper.
As a matter of fact, they were physically perched on top of that hard plastic horizontal bumper, correct?
To my recollection, they were just sitting on the bumper, yes.
Okay. And do you know, just in your experience, and if we could leave this up for just a moment while I ask the next couple of questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you know where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
I know the general area.
How far would you say that is from Canton?
I don't know, maybe a half an hour. I'm not exactly sure.
Do your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port before you started your examination?
Yes.
So and you also had been apprised before you began your examination that the incident in question took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew as you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, the vehicle had to have been driven by definition from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
I was informed that the car was recovered in Dighton.
And ultimately either driven back or towed back. One of the ways, some way it ended up back in Canton, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if Dighton is, how far would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Again, I'm really guessing. I would say maybe a half an hour.
30 miles?
Potentially. I don't know exactly. I was never in Dighton.
Okay, so according to your notes, the glass pieces that we're looking at on the back of this bumper would have traveled, let's call it for round figures, about 60 miles in a blizzard before you saw it.
I don't know when the glass pieces were ended up on the bumper, so I couldn't say.
And of course, you knew that on February 1st, you knew a few days earlier, on the 29th, there had been a pretty significant snowstorm here in Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, I did have that information.
And that blizzard included high winds, freezing rain, snow, all the good stuff with a blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the exact weather conditions of the blizzard.
But irrespective, after all of that, whatever that was, you saw these 5 pieces just sitting perched on the top of the bumper, not embedded in any way, correct?
That's correct.
And you recovered those with little bitty tweezers, correct?
Yes.
We can take this down with the court's permission. You testified on direct examination that you also found a hair on that rear panel, the quarter panel of the car, correct?
Yes, at the time of the scene, I noted it was an apparent hair, correct.
And the apparent hair, and I'll try to use that same word, I keep forgetting, you'll correct me. That apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but on a vertical portion of the quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
Did you find the hair, or was that hair pointed out to you by somebody else?
I believe I located the hair.
How exactly was that hair secured to that vertical panel, if you can explain that?
It didn't appear to be secured in any way. It was just on that quarter panel.
Okay, so it wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued?
No.
Wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever. It was just perched on that vertical panel of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And for you to remove it, and by the way, you found this at the same time that you found the general time, that you found the glass pieces as well.
That's correct.
So that hair potentially would have had to make that same 60-mile round trip in the same blizzard.
At the time, I don't know when that hair was deposited on the vehicle.
Right. And it didn't take you much to remove that hair, correct?
I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
It didn't give you any resistance?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'd like to take a look at that hair if we can. I know you've seen it just a few minutes ago. I want to look at it one more time. With the court's permission, these are exhibits 165 and 173. If we could start with 165 and publish those.
Okay.
Does that look like a close-up view of, actually, is that zoom? Yeah. Can we pull back out? Your Honor, may I do this a different way?
All right.
This is actually, with the court's permission, okay, I'll get to that in just a second. I want to try this. Okay. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. This is 170, 163, 175. And these are zooms that last a month. If I may hand you those very briefly, could you take a look at those 4 photographs and tell me if you recognize the first 2 to be exhibits 165 and 173. They're not marked on there, but what you earlier looked at.
Okay.
Do those appear to be those 2 exhibits that you earlier saw?
Yes, I don't know what numbers they were, but I do remember seeing these photos earlier.
Fair enough. And then the second 2 photos, do those appear to be zoomed photos of the same 2 photographs?
Yes, they do.
With the court's permission, I would ask that the zoomed photos be marked as next in order.
Is there any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, we're looking at what's previously been marked as 165. Does that appear to be a photo of the hair?
Would it be possible just to zoom in on that,
Absolutely.
the
This is not
sticker?
an eye contest.
And just a little bit, I'm just trying to read the letter on the white marker. Yes, so that, correct.
So that hair looks, as we're looking at it, you will agree, that hair looks like almost like a backward C, correct? In other words, it looks like it's more vertical than flat in that photograph, correct?
I would agree it looks like a C on the side of the car.
If we could go to exhibit 173. And this is the same hair photographed a second time, correct?
If we could, again, just zoom in on that sticker. Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hartnett, does it look to you like between the first and the second photographs, that hair has moved? It's no longer an inverted C, but a C.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I see the 2 ends, which may still be making contact with the vehicle. I can't make that determination based on this photo.
Fair enough. So that was sort of my next question. I'll just dovetail it this way. Did it appear to you that the hair, which is curled, was making contact with the vehicle on the top point and the bottom point?
I would say from this photo, I honestly can't tell if those 2 ends are coming off the vehicle or touching the vehicle. I just can't make that determination.
But you would agree that that hair was somewhat precariously perched on that vertical quarter panel, correct?
Objection.
I want to sustain the objection, ask it differently.
We can, Mr. Bates, we're finished with that. With the court's permission, we can take that down. If you take a look at the zoomed photos that have just been marked as 259 and 260 respectively, can you take a look at those side by side? And when you're finished, I'd like to ask you a question or 2 about those.
Okay.
Does it look from your perspective, seeing those photos side by side, that the hair appears to have gently moved just a little bit between the two photos?
I just don't think I can make that determination. They're taken from different angles. I just don't know. I can see that they have a curl in both, but I don't know which ends are making contact or if the ends are coming off the vehicle.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. There's one more exhibit I'd like to take a quick look at and ask you a couple of questions about. With the court's permission, Exhibit 195, which is a shirt.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you saw this just a few minutes ago on direct examination as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You indicated that you took 2 swabs from the, quote, area around damage, numbers 1 through 9 of the gray sweatshirt, end quote, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, can you describe for the jurors how you took those swabs, and were they of all 9 or a select number of the 9? How did you do that?
I moistened 2 cotton swabs with sterile water, and then I took those 2 swabs. May I use the pointer to just show?
Of course.
And I vigorously swabbed around. I don't know if it's working. There we go. This entire area. So every area of damage, I swabbed around all of it using the same 2 swabs. So it was one collection from all those areas.
One collection on swab 1 and one collection on swab 2. You just repeated the process.
No, I took them exactly at the same time. So I held the 2 swabs together.
Oh.
And as I'm swabbing, I'm rotating the swabs to make sure that all the exterior of the swab is coming into contact with that material in order to collect equal samples, or at least attempt to collect equal samples on each swab.
Okay, we can take that. Thank you. And you indicated that this was the first time that you had done swabbing specifically for the purpose of trying to find either canine DNA or animal DNA.
That's correct.
Had you been trained at the time that you took the swabs, had you been trained or received any training or any teaching about the relationship between keratinized tissue and DNA?
No.
Do you know what keratinized tissue is?
No.
Did you photograph exactly where any of those swabs were taken, or just notate it in your notes?
I notated in my notes that overall photo is the photo that I used to describe the sample that I collected.
And I think it probably goes without saying, you didn't videotape your swabbing technique on that shirt either, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You did include a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from T-shirt 717 and shirt 718, correct?
I performed a debris collection on each of those items. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
That is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a note in your report that you had recovered some debris or you've done some debris collection, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated in your note that the debris was from shirt 717 and shirt 718. Is that right?
May I refer to my notes?
With the court's permission.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And shirt 717 is which shirt?
The orange T-shirt.
And shirt 718 is which shirt?
The long sleeve gray shirt.
All right. So you took, is the right word scrapings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You took scrapings from both shirts. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then combined those together and submitted that as the quote unquote debris that was assigned a new item number 7-18.18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as you sit here, you don't know where the debris came from specifically other than the two shirts. Could be one, could be the other, could have been a combination of both.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you describe in detail anywhere the actual debris that you found? Little fibers, little hairs, little pieces of green or blue or whatever?
If I was able to pick out a hair or a fiber, I would have attempted to do that from the debris collection. The debris collection was just anything that was left on the item that I was not able to pick off.
Okay, and you did not note any debris item that was plastic or plasticine, anything like that, correct?
No, I did not make any kind of observations on the debris itself.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photograph taken of the debris?
That's correct.
And there was no videotape of the debris collection?
Correct.
Okay. When you received item 717 and item 718, that came in one evidence bag, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that. That's a photograph. I'd ask you to review and tell me if you recognize it. Not the photograph, but what's depicted in the photograph.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the container that contained it's a photo of the brown paper bag that contained the long sleeve gray shirt as well as the orange t-shirt.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If I could ask that be marked as next in order.
Any objections to Lally?
No, Your Honor.
To the 261.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. This evidence bag notes, let me start over. This evidence bag is in the condition that it was in when you received it, meaning the writing on the back was already there when you received it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it notes that these items of evidence were collected by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the date of collection was January 29, 2022, is that right?
I'd have to relook at that.
Of course.
For the date.
May I approach?
Yes.
Got it?
Yes, I didn't.
Display
So you got an answer.
My
right, I think.
apologies. The date on there is January 29th, 2022.
So I don't have to walk back and forth, may I display
Yes.
your service report information? Okay, does that look like what you're looking at, exhibit 261?
Yes. That's correct.
Thank you. Let me see if I can stand out of the way. You see Trooper Proctor's name on the evidence bag as the person that collected it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it also has a description of what's in the bag, and it shows both the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt collected together and bagged together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the date, again, once again, on the upper right, is January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's.
Okay. You have no way of knowing, as you sit here, the journey that those two items of evidence took before they got to you in your lab, correct?
Yes, they're tracked as soon as they're entered into our laboratory system by us.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm so
My apologies. The item would be tracked as soon as it's submitted to our lab by us, by the crime lab.
Thank you. We can take this down, Your Honor. Thank you. The debris that you ultimately got from the shirt or shirts, you don't know if that debris may have been in the bag and the shirts picked up the debris in the bag or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
Because they were housed together,
Yes,
stored together.
That's correct.
Were you aware before you began your analysis on either one of those shirts that those shirts had been found at the bottom of an ambulance, on the floor of an ambulance at one point?
I don't have any knowledge of where the clothing, what condition the clothing in was before I got it.
Okay, and that probably answers my next question, but just for the record, you don't have any knowledge personally as you sit here that either one of the shirts or both of them were the floor of a hospital room as well?
I have no information about where the shirts were.
One of the things that you did indicate was, in your direct examination, was how important it is to maintain sanitary conditions with evidence to avoid contamination, correct?
That's correct.
For instance, you wouldn't want to take the swabs that you so carefully utilized to swab an item of evidence and then, oops, drop it on the floor. You would have to discard that item and then start over, correct?
If a swab is dropped on the floor, we don't discard it. We would preserve it, but that would be a note that we would have to put in our file, and that, yes, that swab would not be tested any further.
Right, because of the possibility of cross-contamination.
Correct.
And at least according to the evidence bag, those two shirts were in the custody and control of which trooper before you got them?
Trooper Proctor collected the evidence, according to the bag.
Thank you. Ultimately, Ms. Hartnett, every single piece of taillight material and clothing that you've described in your testimony today on direct and cross-examination, all of that evidence was presented to you or to the lab at one time in one bundle on March 14th, 2022, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Which portion was in the lab before March 14th?
The tail light that I collected from the vehicle was submitted prior to that, as well as any other items that I took from the vehicle.
Okay, that was a great answer and my mistake. I knew that and I forgot it. So the taillight housing you took on the first?
Correct.
Okay. Every other item other than the taillight housing itself, which you took personal possession of, all the taillight fragments, all the clothing, orange shirt, gray shirt, jeans, shoes, everything was all submitted in one fell swoop on March 14th, 2022. Is that right?
No.
What else am I incorrect about?
So I just wanted to clear, anything that was collected from the vehicle, as well as the swabs from the red Solo cups and the drinking glass that I was presented with at Canton PD, was submitted by me on February 1st. The other items, the clothing items, were submitted together. And then there was another submission that had the fingernails and the known blood standards. So there were several submissions, so I'm hesitant to lump it all into one because it did happen on different dates.
Okay, fair enough. Can we agree that the earliest submission, with the exception of the stuff that you actually took with you from the Sally Port, the taillight material, whatever swabs you took, I'm sorry, the taillight housing and whatever swabs you took, all of the other material that was submitted to the lab, all of the other evidence, the earliest date anything was submitted was March 14th, 2022.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to take another look at my submission forms just to clarify.
May I approach?
Yes.
I think I have it. It's a two-page document, if I can show Mr. Lally. Is that a copy of your submission form?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you could familiarize yourself with that for just a quick second.
Yes. Sir.
Okay. May I approach one more time now? Tracking wrong. I have one more document I'm going to ask you to take a glance at.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document, the second document that I just handed you?
This is a printed chain of custody report from our laboratory information management system.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to mark the first document's name again. I want to get it right.
It's the evidence submission form for submission 7.
Evidence submission form for submission 7, two-page document, if I could have that marked next in order. And then the
Chain of custody. My apologies.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
Yes to both.
So the objection's sustained unless you want to convince me otherwise.
I'll have a mark for ID
Okay.
for the time being. That's fine. If that's okay with the court.
Yes.
You and VD.
Okay. You've got a lot of your Post-its on the other one. Do you want to take it off?
I was going to actually ask if I think it would help with this.
Okay.
Go a lot faster with those Post-its on.
The witness, I guess. Go back to the witness with those, please.
If you could take a look at what's been marked as VV, that's the log. I just want to go through this relatively quickly. With regard to plastic pieces that were submitted, if you look on page, for instance, page 11, where a tab is, that shows that that piece was submitted on March 14th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was a piece submitted on March 14th on page, notated on page 12.
What item are you referring to?
It's a plastic piece.
Yes, correct.
Page 13, another plastic piece.
Yes, submitted on March 14th.
And page 14, another plastic piece.
Yes, that's correct.
Page 15, another plastic piece.
Correct.
And page 17.
Oops. Sorry. Yes, that's correct.
And then if you turn to the next page, page 18, that's the orange T-shirt that shows its submission date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's that date?
March 14th.
And then on the very bottom of page 20, going into page 21, there's another item, the gray T-shirt or gray sweatshirt.
Yes, that was also submitted on March 14th.
Okay, thank you. I may approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we need those. They're marked for identification.
I'm not sure if I'm going to use it one more time.
Put them up on the bench and you can grab them.
Of course, may I?
Yes.
Ms. Hartnett, before you received all of the items that we've talked about and all the items that you've testified about, with the exception of the items that you physically took with you from the Sally Port, everything else that you've testified to was submitted to you on March 14th or after, correct?
That's correct.
And all submitted by Trooper Proctor, correct?
I know they were all submitted by the Norfolk County Detective Unit. I don't know the specific officer that necessarily dropped them off at the lab.
Can you answer the question based on the log information that you have and the chain of custody that's in front of you? Can you answer the question whether Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored the taillight lens material and the clothing in the same place or in the same bag before you received it?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that question one more time?
Based on the log information that you have, in other words, the chain of custody that's in front of you, that you can absolutely look at and determine where things were and who had them, can you tell us whether or not Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored any of the taillight material and the clothing in the same place or even in the same bag?
No, I don't have any information to how the evidence was treated before it was received in the lab.
In fact, that's because there is no chain of custody for that data. I'm sorry, for those items. There's no data for those items predating March 14th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't personally have any chain of custody information about those items we just went over predating March 14th, do you?
I personally do not have any data that would indicate where those items of evidence were prior to them being accepted into the lab.
And one of the reasons why you have such detailed chain of custody protocols is to maintain control over where items go and how they're handled and by whom, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time.
Okay, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just a couple.
Now, the vehicle that you observed, the defendant's vehicle in the Sally Port of the Canton Police Station, that was in generally overall good condition, other than the areas of damage that you noted on the right rear, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were swabbing, the swabs that you took from the taillight housing that you then later submitted to DNA, that was a taillight housing that you took from the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You logged that into the lab?
Yes, I did.
You took those swabbings and then you packaged them and you sent them to the DNA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And all of those swabbings were taken from the exterior area of that taillight assembly, is that correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained is to the form.
With regard to those swabbings that you took from the taillight housing, where on the taillight housing did you take them?
I took them from what would have been the exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact. So I did not collect from any of the interior portions of the taillight that would have been protected by the exterior plastic piece.
Now, at the time that you were looking at the vehicle in the Sally Port of the Canton Police Station, do you recall what the temperature was inside the garage?
No, I don't have that information.
Was the temperature the same inside the garage as it was outside of the garage? If you know, was it heated at all?
I don't know if it was heated.
As far as the vehicle itself was concerned, when you saw it in the garage, did you see any sort of frozen snow or ice or anything like that on the exterior of the vehicle?
Not to my recollection, no.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
On that limited bit,
One follow-up question. May I approach?
yes.
If you take one more look at that, what's been marked for identification as UU, that's the evidence submission form, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Who signed that form?
Objection.
So the objection sustained unless you want to see me at sidebar.
I'll ask it a different way. Whose name is on the bottom of the form?
Objection.
It's the same question. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up to sidebar?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have that, please, Ms. Hartnett?
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, I have no further questions.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, you are all set. Thank you. All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Ashley Valere to the stand.
Step right up here. Just want you to step for me. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case that was hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So, Mr. Lally, would you remove the, good afternoon, would you remove the exhibit that's on the witness stand,
Yes, Your Honor.
please? Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Ashley Valere, spelled Vallier.
And Ms. Valere, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
All right, so Ms. Valere, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
What we've been doing is we've had to turn the air conditioning off when we can't hear you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr.
And,
Lally.
how long have you been employed at the State Police Crime Lab?
Just over 5 years.
And if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work, where did you go to school for that?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry and cell biology from University of California, San Diego.
And following your receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
And once you received that master's, where did you go to work after that?
I worked at the Broad Institute for about 6 months before getting a job at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And as far as your work at the Broad Institute, that's located in Cambridge, is that correct?
Correct.
And what type of work did you do at the Broad Institute?
I worked for the Center for the Development of Therapeutics Department, doing quality control checks on compounds that they think could have potential to be therapeutic drugs.
And so you went to work for the Mass State Police Crime Lab, or the MSPCL, in early 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you first went to work for the MSPCL, what unit were you initially assigned to?
The Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Is that the unit that you still currently work in?
It is.
And so you started with the lab as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what sort of steps or what kind of training did you go through in order to go from being a forensic scientist 1 to being a forensic scientist 2 that you are now?
A forensic scientist 1 is the initial job that you're hired as. After you've been at the lab for a year and once you're qualified and signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
Now, within the Trace unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what types of things you're looking at, or what types of analysis that you do with regard to working in the Trace unit specifically?
What I do or what the unit does?
First, as far as in general terms, what is a unit?
The unit has a lot of disciplines. So there's fire debris examination, explosives examination, serial number restoration, gunshot residue analysis, fibers, paint, glass, physical match, trace recovery.
And specific to yourself, what is it that you do within the Trace unit?
I do gunshot residue analysis, trace recovery, and physical match analysis.
And as far as each of those respective categories, is those the things that you've done essentially your time there, especially as a forensic scientist too?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, as far as the physical match component that you were talking about, Can you explain to the jury, just again in general terms, sort of what goes into that, or what are you looking at? What are you doing in regard to your analysis with that?
Physical match analysis is looking at 2 or more items that have broken or irregular edges and seeing if they fit together like a sort of like a jigsaw puzzle.
And when you're doing those examination of various items with respect to that, what types of instruments are you using, or what types of ways are you looking at these from an instrumental perspective?
It's mostly the stereo zoom microscope, which is a microscope that's mounted on a stand so that it can look at larger objects and not just slides like in science class.
Now, over the course of your work with the lab, you're familiar with the lab is accredited, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's accredited by an organization known as ANAB?
Correct.
And with respect to that accreditation, what if any testing or what if any examinations or continuing education do you have to undergo in order for that accreditation, either for yourself or for the lab itself?
As part of the accreditation, analysts that are signed up to do casework do proficiency tests every year.
And have you done proficiency testing over the course of your 5 years with the lab?
I have.
And specifically, what types of areas have you taken proficiency testing in?
I've taken proficiency tests in gunshot residue analysis and physical match cases.
So with respect to sort of each of the various areas of work that you do within the lab, is that correct?
Except for trace recovery, but yes.
And with respect to each of those, as far as the proficiency testing was concerned, you've successfully completed each of those?
I have.
Now, if I could turn your attention to, at some point over the course of your work within the trace unit in the lab, did you become involved with the lab case number 22-02184?
I did.
And there's a name that's associated with that lab number as well, is that correct?
A name?
A name as far as a suspect or a defendant or something like that?
Yes.
And whose name is that?
Karen Reed.
And as far as your work within the trace unit, how is it that you came to be involved, or what piece of analysis did you become initially involved in with respect to Ms. Reed's case?
I was assigned to do physical match analysis on, well, many different items.
Before we get to the physical match, was there something, what if anything were you asked to do with regard to some clothing items associated with the John O'Keefe?
I believe I later received debris that was collected from those clothing items.
And so debris specifically, do you recall which clothing items you received debris from?
I do not without looking at my notes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness look at her notes?
Yes, go right ahead.
And is your memory refreshed as to which items of clothing you looked at?
Yes, so it was, well, I didn't look at clothing. I just received the debris that was already packaged. So it was labeled as coming from jeans, boxer shorts, sneakers, a gray long sleeve shirt, and an orange t-shirt.
Now, with respect to each of those items had a lab sort of label number associated with it, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that the larger piece of clothing would have been labeled 7- something, and then the debris from that clothing would have been labeled 7- same thing, point, whatever? Does that sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And so with specific reference to item 7-18.18, that was debris from an orange t-shirt, is that correct?
Yes.
And specifically, I'm sorry, debris from an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And from your analysis of that debris, what if any examination did you do of that debris that was provided to you within the trace?
So each of these items was packaged in a fold. And so I opened up the fold and looked at the items under the stereo zoom microscope and documented it with photos.
And as far as that item, 7-18.18, what, if anything, did you observe as far as contained within the debris from that item specifically?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There was apparent dirt debris, many black, gray, blue, and orange apparent fibers, several pieces of red apparent plastic, several apparent hairs, one piece of green material, and one piece of clear apparent plastic.
And the clear apparent plastic, what, if any, measurements did you conduct with reference to that?
It measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 an inch of an inch.
Now, from your analysis of those items, what, if anything, do you know where within the lab they went following your analysis there?
I believe another analyst in the trace unit then looked at those items.
And that would be are you familiar with another person who works in the trace unit named Christina Hanley?
I am.
And so what, if any, training does Ms. Hanley have that you do not have in order to conduct that sort of further analysis?
So Christina Hanley is the trace supervisor, and she is signed off to do casework in fibers, miscellaneous paint, glass. I see the other trace disciplines that I am not.
So essentially, those items contained within that debris were something that you examined microscopically, made observations of, took measurements, and then they went to Ms. Hanley?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned a variety of plastic items that you examined, correct?
Of the initial items that I looked at?
Yes.
Yes.
And what were those, generally speaking, what were those initial items that you looked at?
There were many different items containing that I believe were recovered from an address, but I would have to look at my notes to.
Go ahead.
So they were all labeled as as recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And what types of items were they specifically that you had received?
So it was many pieces of apparent plastic and apparent glass, and one drinking straw.
And those items were generally labeled as items 7-5 through 7-19. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And with reference to the process in general terms of when you receive these items, can you explain to the jury sort of your process and what you did and what you looked at as you went through each of these respective items?
Sure. So for beginning a physical match case, you always look at the questioned items first, which are the ones that you don't know where it came from. Like here, they're labeled as coming from the road, so you don't know where their actual source of origin is. And so what we'll do is we'll scan that item into my custody. And then I will document the packaging with photographs. And then I'll open that item and then document that item as it is. And if there are multiple pieces, each piece will get a designator like piece A, piece B, piece C. All this gets documented, written down in my notes and in photographs. If any of those pieces look like they could possibly fit together, then I will look under the stereo zoom and see if they do, in fact, fit together, and document it if they do. And then once I've finished documenting that, I'll repackage it in the original packaging. And then if there are multiple items, like in this case there were, then once that first item is sealed up, then I'll clean my bench and then I'll open the second item and do the same thing until all of the items have been documented.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of the physical process of what you did in this case, with respect to these items, as far as how were you looking at them sort of physically, what did you do with those items?
So like I said, I opened up each of these items individually, took photos, took notes, looked at them under the stereo zoom microscope, and then looked at my photos after I had looked at all of them. They'd all been packaged in their original packaging. And then I looked at the photographs to see if any of those pieces could possibly fit together. And then once I looked at the photos and saw that it looked like there were possible physical match fits among those questioned items, then I opened up those items and looked to see if they, like in real life versus just on photos, see if they could have a potential physical match. And then if it looked like it did, then I brought them together and looked at that in the stereo zoom to confirm if there was a physical match.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
This way, I'm showing you a series of 9 photographs. Just ask you to look at those and help when you're finished. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Item 7-5.
And is that how it was presented to you or shown to you as far as the evidence bag that you opened and the items that were contained within?
I mean, this is just a picture of the seal, not the entire bag, but yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. No objection.
Exhibits 262 through 270.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photographs to the jury, please?
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1905. Next, Blair, what's up on the screen is photograph 1905, which has now been marked as Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the evidence back that you were presented with regard to items labeled as 7-5?
That's the seal on it, yes.
Now, just in general terms, as far as this process that you're talking about, sort of fitting the puzzle pieces together, how long and how laborious a process did that entail?
In this case specifically,
Yes.
there were many items to look at, so it did take quite a bit of time.
And if I could have photograph 1908. And do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 263?
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that you had from item 7-5?
Those are the three pieces in item 7-5.
And so the three pieces from that were all red, apparent plastic pieces from that same item, is that correct?
Correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another 7 photographs, if you can take a look at those. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The seal and then the items from item 7-6.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed when you were doing your analysis in the lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, call will seek to introduce the minutes and next exhibits. No objection.
Exhibits 271 through 277.
Thank you. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs to the jury at this time.
Okay?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1921. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just rotate that. So, Mr. Lear, what's up on the screen, as it's, that's photograph 1921, exhibit 271. That is the evidence bag or box that contains the items in reference to the lab item 7-6, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that, as far as the labeling is concerned, these are items that were submitted by the state police, correct? As far as you know.
Yes.
And from the labeling that's exhibited in labeling that's being shown in Exhibit 271, that actually has an indication of who the submitting agency is and the date that the item was collected, correct?
Presumably, I don't know because that's not our lab's labeling system.
It's fair to say, as far as your observation of these evidence bags as you were opening them, or boxes as you were opening them, they had different dates on them, some of them, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1924. And again, what's up? Now, what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 272. These were the items that were marked within that box or that bag of item 7-6. Is that correct?
Correct.
It appears two pieces of clear plastic, correct?
Apparent plastic, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another series of photographs, if you could review those. Look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The item 7-8.
And again, fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the lab with reference to item 7-8.
Yes.
Come up and seek to introduce them today. No objection.
It's 278 and 292, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos to the jury as well? Now, Ms. Valier, with regard to the items that were contained within these variety of bags or boxes that you had received as evidentiary items, what, if any, difference was there between sort of color, the size, the shape of the different items that you received?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Were they all sort of uniform as to their color, as to their size, as to their shape, or what, if any, differences did you note between them?
Between the items that we've already published, or just all of them?
All of them in general.
So some of the pieces were clear apparent plastic, some were clear apparent glass, some of them were red apparent plastic, some of them were silver colored apparent plastic.
And as far as the size of these pieces of plastic or glass that you had received, how would you describe sort of their physical size, shape, things of that nature?
Some of them were very small, and some of them were larger. I can't tell you the dimensions without looking at my notes.
And you took measurements with respect to each of the pieces that you analyzed, each of the pieces that you examined, and each of the pieces that you ultimately tried to find a match for, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931. And what's up on the screen is now marked as Exhibit 278. Do you recognize as the bag of box that contains item 7-8?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1934. Now, what's contained in this exhibit up on the screen, number 279, do you recognize that as the contents that were collectively sort of labeled as item 7-8?
I do.
And so from a variety of those different pieces that are depicted up on the screen in exhibits 279, each of them would have been respectively labeled as far as, say, 7-8.1 or 7-8 point something else. Is that fair to say?
So the laboratory numbering system where it goes 7-8.1, that's if you take like a subsample. So if I had collected like debris or something out of this item, that would then be labeled 7-8.1 because it's a new entry in our limb system. These are just the different pieces in 7-8. In my notes, I gave them labels such as piece A, piece B, piece C, all the way down to, well, however many there were.
You labeled them individually as sort of letters, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1938. And if you could zoom just a little bit in on that. And next, what's depicted up on the screen within this exhibit of 282, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that was submitted within this as far as 7-8 that you examined throughout the course of your analysis here, correct?
It was. There's actually two pieces in that. There's the large one in the middle, and there's a very small one up in the corner.
Okay.
Take a 5-minute, 10-minute break.
anticipate any training sessions, so when you have them all ready,
The next exhibit is 293, correct?
Just be mindful of the line when you step up, okay?
You are unmuted.
Thank you. Maybe seat towards back.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize those, ma'am?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-10.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce you as the next exhibit. Go there. And again, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photo 1952. And Ms. Blair, what's depicted up on the screen is that the bag or box that contains item 7-10.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1955. Again, what's up on the screen is that the item that was contained within that evidence.
Yes.
Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another series of photographs, if you could review those until we're finished. And Ms. Valaire, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The packaging that item 7-9 and 7-19 came in.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of those items when you received them at your station and within the trace unit?
It is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce and admit as the next. Move it. If I could just place these before you, if you could take a look at those while the stenographer is marking.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish what's now been marked as 296 through 309 for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 1958. And again, Ms. Valaire, what's up on the screen is that the evidence bag or box that contains those items that you were just testifying about, 7-9 and 7-19.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1962. Ms. Valaire, now what's been depicted up on the screen and been marked as Exhibit 297. Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little bit on items of evidence, please. Now, contained within this are three clear pieces of glass or plastic, if you know.
I'd have to look at my notes to see what I wrote them as.
My other question, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may
Yes. Go ahead, look at your notes.
And after referring to your notes, what type of material is that?
3 pieces of apparent plastic.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down just a little. I'm sorry. Up. Thank you very much. The item that's contained above those 3 pieces of apparent clear plastic, what is that?
That is item 7-19. That is a black straw.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1964. 4. And what's up on the screen next to Blair now and has been marked as Exhibit 299, is that essentially the straw next to a ruler with its measurements, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with reference to the photographs that I asked you to look at before, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos I took of item 7-11.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-11, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your analysis in reference to this case?
It is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay.
Okay.
It is 310, 324.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1979. Again, to explain what's up on the screen, is that the bag, evidence bag that contains item 7-11.
Yes.
And for the record, that's been marked as Exhibit 310. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1982. And again, to display what's depicted up on the screen on Exhibit 311, is that the items, or the pieces of plastic that were contained within the aforementioned evidence bag in the previous exhibit, item 7-11.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the photographs that I just placed before you before, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Photos of item 7-14.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-14, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your examination in this case?
It is.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Okay.
It is 325, 326, 327.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2009. Ms. Blair, if I could draw your attention up to the screen just for a moment, what's now been marked as Exhibit 325. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
That's the bag that contained item 7-14, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2012. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that the item that was contained and labeled as item 7-14 within that.
I'm sorry, I need all, please.
What's depicted on the screen is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in the exhibit bag from the previous exhibits, labeled as item 7-14.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry I interrupted. Were you able to review the bulk of those photographs that I just placed before you?
Yes.
And do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos of item 7-12.
If I could have, excuse me, ask those to be marked as the next exhibits from, or the next exhibits.
Okay.
It's 328 through 342.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015. Mr. Lair, if I could direct your attention up to the screen. What's contained and what's been marked now is Exhibit 328. Those, the evidence pack that contained the items labeled as 7-12.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2018. Ms. Valera, directing your attention up to the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 329. Those are the items that were labeled collectively as 7-12 that were contained within that evidence bag from the prior exhibit.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as far as those photographs that I presented to you a moment ago, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos of item 7-13.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained or labeled as item 7-13?
It is.
Your Honor, call off may I approach?
Yes.
Call off the seat to introduce the witness and next exhibit. Number 3.
It's 343 through 351 now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1997. And Ms. Blair, what's depicted on the screen in that photograph, which now been marked as Exhibit 343, is that the evidence bag that contained the items labeled as 7-13?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2000. And Mr. Webb, directing your attention to the screen, those are the items contained within that exhibit tag from prior exhibits that have been collectively labeled by the lab as 7-13.
Yes.
Now, as far as the photographs that I had placed before you, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos of item 7-15.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in item 7-15?
It is.
Colonel Como, seek to introduce the witness.
No objection.
Okay, hold on one second, Madam Court Reporter. Yeah.
It's 352 to 368.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lally, those are the last exhibits we'll be doing today.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Mr. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2072. Next, Blair, if I could direct your attention to the screen. You recognize this as the evidence bag that contains item 7-15 that's now been marked as exhibit 352.
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2077. Again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen are those the items that were collectively identified by the lab as item 7-15 from that evidence bag contained in the prior exhibit.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Valera, as far as your analysis was concerned with regard to each of these items, and we'll get to that a little bit, I think, the next time, but with regard to the labels that you assigned to them as far as letters of the alphabet, A through whatever letter that you went, when you were conducting your sort of physical match analysis, how was that shown on a particular piece, or did you label those pieces, or how were you able to sort of quantify that?
The pieces that were large enough to, I printed out labels from a label maker with the lab number, the item number, and then the piece that the letter that I assigned it, so ABC, and my initials, and those are on the pieces.
And then as far as those pieces were concerned, if you were able to find some consistency between, say, piece A and piece B, and you were able to sort of fit them together, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize that sort of physical match?
Within the same item, if there were two pieces that fit together, I documented that with photos, wrote it down in my notes, and then if it was within the same item, I held it together with tape and then repackaged it still together as a single piece.
And as far as these consistencies or the matches that you were examining or looking for, was that solely within piece to piece, or at some point did you also look at sort of a larger piece as far as a housing unit for a tailor?
For this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And with regard to pieces that you had sort of put together, what, if anything, were you able to do with regard to some of those pieces and the tail light housing, item 3-1?
From those items that we just saw, I was able to piece one larger piece with many of those pieces all fit together into one piece that I then called piece 1. There were some other pieces that also fit together among those question ones that I called pieces 2, piece 3, piece 4, and piece 5. Piece 1 was a physical match with item 3-1, the taillight.
Your Honor, if, I think that may
Okay.
be wrong.
All right, so, Mixville, we're going to have you back on Wednesday. Okay, but I'm going to ask you to wait. Jurors, so we don't meet tomorrow, we'll meet Wednesday, and we'll go a full day Wednesday with an abbreviated lunch and sometime between 4 and 4:30. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. I know we took a long time today with getting exhibits in before you, but it's a very important part of the case, and it does just take some time, so we appreciate your patience. All right, we'll see you on Wednesday.
You are muted.
Do you need me to contact somebody?